Hey everyone, welcome to Agile and Scrum Full Course by Simplilearn. Have you ever wondered how top teams deliver results quickly, stay adaptable, and keep hitting their targets? The secret is Agile, and it's taking the business world by storm. Agile isn't just a buzzword anymore. It's a proven approach to project management that's changing the way teams work. And with a growing demand for Agile professionals, now is the perfect time to dive in. So in this course, we will make Agile and Scrum easy to understand. We'll start with the basics, we'll understand what Agile is and why is it such a game changer and how it helps team work faster and more efficiently. Then we'll take you through step-by-step Scrum process, the most popular Agile framework, helping you gain the skills to earn your professional Scrum Master certification. You'll also learn how to run stand-up meetings, manage product backlogs, plan sprints, and deliver exactly what customers want, on time, every time. We will also introduce you to the best tools used by Agile teams and share tips to help you nail your next interview. And by the end of this course, you will be fully equipped to jump into any Agile project, making an impact and open the door to exciting career opportunities. So let's get started now. Here's a quick information, guys. If you're looking to advance your career in project management or software development, becoming a certified Scrum Master could be your next big step. Scrum is one of the most widely used frameworks for Agile project management, and its demand is growing fast as companies continue to prioritize flexibility and rapid delivery. This course is designed to give you the skills and confidence to lead teams effectively and deliver exceptional results during Scrum. With the CSM certification, you will demonstrate your expertise in Scrum principles and methods, opening doors to high-paying opportunities with top companies like Accenture, JP Morgan, and IBM. Through live training, hands-on exercise, and expert coaching, you will be well prepared to ace the Certified Scrum Master examination and lead successful Agile teams. So let's get started.
Look at a time in the late 90s, what was happening with software development firms. So they used to follow waterfall methodologies. So there used to be expression like, sir, you have a problem. So what happened? So our client want a new feature to the software. We are already midway creating the software. We can't add the feature. So what does it mean? So there is a scenario where the change is asked. So why change? Change may be because of adding certain features, removing certain features, modifying certain things already given. What is wrong in that? Why can't we do that change? So now point here is not about doing the change itself. It's about the effort additionally it takes. Cost, money in terms of which is going out, the effort, then the scope which is going to change at the same time. You also need to put more efforts which will delay the project. So now is it okay? So 90s it was okay. Today is it okay? A big question mark. So why is that not okay? So we need to understand that very clearly, right? I knew we should not have used the waterfall methodology for development. So is that an issue with the waterfall methodology? So answer is no. If it is today's scenario, answer would be yes. If it is 90s, answer would be no. So what changed in this 20 years or 15 years? The dynamics of the market changed. The behavior of consumers changed. So if you look at anyone who is using any product, it may be a software product or a hardware, like if you have a mobile phone or a television or any application, mobile application or application used on your systems, the upgradation of the new features and functionality of that is improved more and more, and consumer wants it more, and you have a very less time to respond. That is one thing. Second thing, there is a lot of competition. If you do not respond quickly, competition will take over. So for you to sustain and grow, it is very essential that you understand this dynamics and you need to respond quickly, which was a bit difficult when it comes to approach what is called waterfall model. Now, how do we address this? So what is that waterfall model is all about? Why is it difficult for us? So the methodology where waterfall model is used involves teams following a series of steps and only going forward after the previous steps are completed. So there is a wait time involved. So until the previous steps are completed, only then I can move to the next. So it is a slower thing. It would take certain longer duration. So it is best used in the scenarios where the teams are small and the project is expected to move in a predictable manner. So predictability is very important. When we follow waterfall methodology, predictability, the variation should be as lesser as possible. So what is that predictability I'm speaking about? As I create this product, as a results comes up, if it takes 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, it's okay. So this is how the product would look like, the predictability, how the product would look like, how that particular output would come. So when is that going to come? Is it okay? If I bring that result after 2 years, is that okay? So if everything is okay that way, without any variations as such, very less variations, then it's fine. So because of following waterfall model, uh, what is that methodology? What is that flow? We need to understand that. So requirements gathering and documentation is the first thing what used to happen, which is true in agile methodologies also. But the main difference here is the requirements gathering and documentation happens in detail, a comprehensive one. Now once that is signed off, only then it is moved to the design. Now, based on that requirement which is gathered, which is full, comprehensive, then the design will happen based on that. The consideration of process, the products, the people, the environment, then the design happens, which is again a detailed design. Now, once the implementation starts, if you find any deviations, the correction needs to be done. Since the design is in detail, the deviation possibility is as less as possible. But the challenge comes up when the dynamics in the market, when the dynamics of customer changes. Customer asks for change, then you may require to do the change. Now, when you want to do that change, you may require to do that change only after understanding what would be the impact of this change in the entire output which you're going to create, which is very comprehensive one. So because of this, it consumes time, it consumes extra effort. So it may be a scenario where the scope of work is reduced as well. Even after that, this exercise has to be done, which will delay the project. So this was okay. So when this model, when things were done, things were taken up for changes, it was okay because the consumer behavior, as I mentioned, there is a lot of wait time for the consumers also. So there was less competition, but today it is not. I need to go quicker. So because of this, what are the disadvantages which has came up to the consumers or to the organization who actually follow waterfall methodologies in today's scenario? So what could be those? So making changes would be difficult, as I mentioned earlier. So then it doesn't focus on end user client, customer perspective value. So today I think more and more we're speaking about creating a value in the consumer perspective, customer perspective. And the time it takes for consumer to realize the value, how long it takes, the more it delays in realizing the values by the consumer, there is a delay in terms of making your product impression better in the consumer's mind. So competition will take over. So your existence will be in bigger threat. So testing phase is delayed until most of the project is completed because it has to follow step by step, wait the things to complete and then testing happen. Then measuring the progress within the stages is difficult. So why is it difficult measuring the progress within the stages? Because the deliverables or the metrics what are defined to measure at a milestone and at a end of the phase to understand whether everything is delivered as part of it. Now let us look at how Agile is going to help us to address these disadvantages mentioned in waterfall model. So what is Agile? The basic meaning of Agile is to move faster, be flexible, respond to change, etc. But to accomplish this, there are a lot of methodologies. Now, there is something called Agile Manifesto and 12 Principles of Agile, which we need to understand. So, following this, accomplishing this can only help us in becoming Agile. So in 2001, Agile was introduced. So that's where the term Agile came into picture, where people start realizing what is Agile and why should we adopt that Agile methodologies. So while it was introduced, so Agile Manifesto was also released. It's a set of principles used in project management and software development. So basically there are 4 points which we need to understand very correctly, very clearly, so that we can able to understand what is Agile is all about. Right? It enables team to deliver value to their customers with ease. So Agile team deliver work in small but usable increments. Then evaluation of the requirements, plans and results takes place continuously. This allows teams to respond to changes quickly. Now change was one of the scenario what we were speaking about. Now, responding to change quickly is one of the disadvantages what we spoke about, and here it is addressed. It is considered to address. That is very important. Now, when we respond to change quickly, it is not that I just quickly responded, but I did not address that problem or that scenario. It is very essential to address that scenario as well effectively and efficiently. So now Agile is a concept, right? So it has a detailed manifesto based on which all the Agile methodologies are created. So what is this Agile Manifesto is all about? So it was created during February 2001. So which details out the values and principles of Agile processes, which says there are some values which is mentioned in the left, which has more weightage compared to the one which is in the right. Now, when we say this, for example, let us go one by one. Individuals and interactions over process and tools. So, are we saying we don't value the process and tools? That is not the case. Now, let us look at what were the typical issues or challenges anyone would have expressed regarding the processes. So, delay, maybe bureaucracy, and they cannot have a flexibility to move faster. So, basically, delays because of the approval which is not happening because of the processes. Now, how do we address this? So, can I eliminate the process itself? Answer is no, because in the absence of tools and processes, none of the things which we can do easily can exist. So, it should be there. Process and tool should be there. The way it should be defined, it should also ensure there is individuals and interactions, encouraged to have that individuals and interactions while having the process and tools. So, next is working products or comprehensive documentation. So when we say comprehensive documentation, as I mentioned in the waterfall methodology, during the requirement gathering, during designing, there is a detailed documentation which is made. So which take a lot of efforts in creating those. Now, while delivering the challenge, what anyone was faced was the change which is coming up and making changes to these documentations, which is an additional effort. Now, if we have a working products, if I have a bigger product, in that a module of that, I keep creating every small modules of it and start integrating to the base model. Now, I will only focus on the documentation for that particular model working piece, which I am going to create in the next iterations. Then my documentation changes are less. And also the way I'm making the documentation is, initially I would have a full skeleton of the entire product which I'm going to create, the roadmap. And upon that, I'm going to making the detailed documentation for that only for that working piece rather than the full product itself. Then these working piece documentation which I'm going to create, as I create the working pieces, I'm also getting the feedback because I'm doing the interactions with the users, the consumers, the end users. So I get the feedback, I keep making the changes quickly, and then documentation will become accordingly. The small pieces of documentation which happens with those small working modules which are created, and those are consolidated over a period of time. By the time the product ends, you have a comprehensive documentation. The project ends, you have a comprehensive documentation. So it saves a lot of time. So documentation is important, but the way we accomplish the documentation is one by one, not in one go. Next is customer collaboration or contract negotiation. So any engagement or any relationship or any business, can it happen in the absence of contract? Answer is no. There should be a contract. Now, how this contract should be when we want to follow an agile? It should allow the customer collaboration. Why are we collaborating? To understand what customer is required, to understand what customer needs is fulfilled, right? So now this requires a lot of flexibility in the contract itself, so that commercial is one area which gets impacted, and there should be guidelines for that also in the contract. So that during the collaboration, during the change, during the effort being put, customer is also informed what is the change which is going to happen in terms of commercial as well as time and everything, so that it is documented in the contract. So there is no confusion. Responding to change or following a plan. Now I cannot have a rigid plan as we were speaking about waterfall methodology, so that we need to go like this only. So based on the scenarios changes, so we may require to change your directions and move faster. So responding to change requires a specific flexibility which is required in the plan, so that I don't have a plan which is very rigid, and that provides some flexibility. That's how I can able to create my plan, so that I can able to move or respond to that specific scenarios which are changing. So this is called Agile Manifesto, and this Agile Manifesto has 12 principles associated with this. Now, keeping this Agile Manifesto on 12 principles, all the Agile methodologies have created their own approaches and framework. Now, let us look at what are those 12 principles, the Agile principles. So Agile principles. So here are some of principles that need to be followed to make a processes agile. So first principle is about customer satisfaction. So one need to satisfy the customer through early and quick delivery of the product. Now someone who is hungry, if you give them a water or a food immediately, a piece of bread, at least there is some satisfaction. There is some realization, yes, I got it what I need. So energy is back. So it is very much required to ensure seeing things in a customer perspective and customer is satisfied. So customer satisfaction is not a result of the survey what I do. It's about how I deal with the consumer, what is that impact, the perceptions I'm building with the consumer, and what do I know about my customer? Do I really understand the pulse of my customer? How associated am I? How close am I? How am I collaborating with the customer? That will help you to understand how satisfied your customer is. It is very essential to consider customer satisfaction. And the second principle would be welcome change. So changing needs need to be addressed even late in the development process. So change can happen anytime. Now these changes should not become a challenge. So there should be a flexibility in your design itself which will bring in. So that is the reason I think when you move faster, so it doesn't mean that you eliminate or you just keep introducing the defects and move faster. No, that is not allowed. So whenever there is a change in the feature, whenever there is a change to some specific product functionality, accommodating that should become easier. Whatever the methodology I follow, that should help me in terms of accommodating. So I should be welcoming changes. It's okay for me to have the change. So that is not a challenge anymore for me. So principle 3, deliver frequently. So ensure software is delivered frequently, focusing on shorter time scales. As I was mentioning while discussing the manifesto point, like I keep creating a smaller piece of product modules so that I keep putting into the base model and integrating those. And ultimately, once all the features functionalities are integrated, we have a product with all the features and functionalities. So this needs to happen more frequently. So the release of those working piece should happen more frequently, more repeatedly, so that customer is seeing those working piece and experiencing and giving their feedbacks. So quick changes to those working piece, making that will become easier. Then work together. So when I say work together, it is very essential that developers and business individuals need to work together through the course of project, which means involvement of customers, involvement of suppliers, involvement of your own team. Everyone should work together. Each one should understand each other's perspective view. If there is no proper understanding about each other's perspective view, it is quite obvious what was expected, what was delivered would not match. So there should be correct understanding. To have that correct understanding, one should work together, collaborate. So they should speak, express, which is very important. So feedback has to be given by consumers regularly. Similarly, the organization who is doing the project should also keep giving the feedbacks to the suppliers to make necessary changes. And once it works together in a unison, I think that would help in terms of bringing out the results the way it is required. That would help customer to get the value. Motivated team. So projects need to build around motivated individuals and they must be trusted to get the job done. Means when will the team get motivated? When the work what they are doing is acknowledged. When the work what they are doing, the results are seen, experienced, and then feedback is given. There is an opportunity for learning and contribution. Their contribution is acknowledged. Only then team is motivated. When there is a motivated team, when team feels there is someone with whom they can look up to, it is quite obvious team will also come up with certain set of innovation in their mind, giving their feedback as well, involving themselves in terms of getting the results what is required. So it is always essential to ensure the team which is involved in creating the products is always motivated. So I think when we say team, the conflict also come across. There may be a clash between various different thoughts and preferences. So one cannot just shy away. Being a manager, one cannot shy away from it. He or she should involve, sit with the team, resolve those, put things in the right direction. So right lead, interpersonal skills are very important here. Next, face-to-face interactions. So which helps in terms of most efficient means of communication, which helps in terms of giving a proper clarity in terms of what is required. So that I sent an email, I expect the person to do it. That is not the case what we're discussing about. So more and more interactions which should happen face to face so that each other understand what requires to be done. And there is a quick feedback which can happen when that particular interactions conversation which keeps happening. So one can understand other perspective view as well. Then working software, so it is a primarily the deliverable which you're speaking about, which has to come regularly. So more and more working piece as it comes. Customer can give feedback based on their experience on this working piece, instead of just imagining something and then giving the feedback. So it should not look like an hypothesis or something which is in the dreamland. So I told something, the person who heard visualize something else. It should not end up that way. Instead of that, give the working piece, expect the consumer, the user to give the feedback, so that it helps in terms of creating that particular product ultimately which is usable and which is going to create value to the consumers. So next is constant pace. So agile process promotes sustainable development. So it should not, I did it and I sleep. I did it and then I'm waiting for something else. No. There should be frequent deliverables which is happening. So there should be constant movement from left to right, from beginning to end, so that the deliverables which are expected keeps happening, so that consumers or users are realizing the value of it. So it should be constant pace, the velocity, the speed which needs to be adopted. Then good design, agility can be improved by focusing on technical excellence and good design. So when we say technical excellence and good design, it is very essential to understand insight towards what is that product being delivered, insight towards what is the technology being used, insight towards the processes, the capabilities, skills. So when all this comes together, when people sit together and focus on creating that product or services, so they are putting the effort towards designing it appropriately so that that will fit for purpose. So since things are moved step by step in terms of creating a working piece, the detailed designing of that small working piece would happen, which can happen quicker as well. And since these are going and fitting into the architecture, which is basically open architecture kind of scenarios, what we're speaking about. So all those modules, what you create, you keep plugging into it, so that you are designing that small piece is quicker. So instead of designing the entire system as a whole in detail, you're just creating that small pieces and fitting into that architecture which is open, so pluggable. So that gives flexibility as well, and changes to the design will become easier if it's not working, and agility helps in accomplishing that. Simplicity, the amount of work that's not being done needs to be minimized. Meaning, when we say simplicity, doesn't mean less, right? So the appropriate number of tasks, the minimum number of tasks which needs to be done, and mostly I think all non-value adding activities and processes would be removed. It has to be removed. So the more optimized, more simpler in terms of handling things is always good, so that only those what is required to be done are done. So it is very clearly visible and there will be clarity. Self-organization. So when we say self-organized teams, who is not capable of everything, but when you look at a team as a whole, each one has different skills, many skills, not one or two skills, many skills which they are complementing to each other. So they come together, they discuss together, they focus on the architectures, requirements and design, and address it together. So team is also owning. The ownership is one thing when it comes to picture when we say team. So here, since team is actually taking up that ownership and organizing themselves to accomplish the results, the products, what is required. So then obviously the results will happen the way it is needed, and they will become accountable as a team. So they cannot have a blaming scenario where because of one or two members it is happening. They should collaborate better. They should be self-organizing what should happen. So next is reflect and adjust. So when are we going to reflect? Reflect upon what is that happening, learn, understand, keep learning it. Having a reflection to that what is happening means responding to that so that improvement can happen quicker. Effectiveness can be improved by the team regularly reflecting on it. So team is also understanding, team is also having that accountability to ensure that necessary adjustments, necessary actions are taken to make those changes and corrections quickly. So these are about 12 principles. So which supports, which helps that accomplishment of manifesto points, the four manifesto points what is mentioned. So keeping these four manifesto points, four values which is mentioned in manifesto, and then 12 principles. So keeping these in mind, any agile methodologies have their own approaches and they accomplish all of this. So further, let us look at some of the advantages, what would be there when following Agile. So we looked at the disadvantages, what we have when we follow Waterfall. So did we overcome those? The disadvantages what we had in Waterfall, did we overcome that using Agile? So what are the advantages of Agile? So Agile is helpful in terms of handling large amounts of interactions between client and project team, because it is throwing lights on it. The importance of interactions, the importance of collaboration, the what is that self-organized teams. It is spoken more and more. Then improve transparency to clients in every phase of the project. How this transparency? Because customer is seeing those products. The products with features and functionalities are seen. They're experiencing it, and based on that, they're given the feedback. There is nothing something hidden. Like when I go with Waterfall, till the end of the project, customer don't know what is going to come out as a whole. But here, since the working piece is given regularly, customer is seeing it, the users are using it and giving their feedback. So interactions increased. So visibility towards what we are creating a results is more, right? Then the delivery of the output is predictable and can sometimes be earlier than expected because we know what is being delivered. More and more clarity users are obtaining. At the same time, the team which is creating is obtaining. Because of it, the pulse of the customer, the directions are clear. Accommodating changes, which was a challenges in it was a big challenge in waterfall methodology, has become easier here. So then the cost of the project are predictable and follow a rigid schedule. So it is very easy to handle the schedules because more and more you interact and more iterations or in creation of small working piece of a product, working module of the product. So now as you progress in that, you understood the environment better, you understood the clients better, the customers better, the expectation better, and moving faster. So that will become easier for you. Now you have become predictable. You can predict easily what is that going to happen ultimately. So more and more visibility you start getting. So handling things will become easier. So then it allows for changes to refine and reprioritize the product backlog. So when I say product backlog, we need to understand the various different user stories what is written to deliver. So that is a list of deliverables, product backlog, what are there. Since we already know what are the things needs to be created, so this helps in terms of prioritizing those, changing the priorities based on the change scenario, and then taking the pace, taking the speed accordingly. The client can provide the priority of features, allowing the team to ensure maximum project value. So since it is visible, what are the user stories, what are the epics written, what is that order, priorities, order of priority what we have kept. Now the change scenario obviously tells us, do we really need to change this? Priority of which feature has to be done first. So that will become easier because you have the list, only changing that order in the list and then going forward accordingly. Integration is not an issue because we have the base model which can integrate all of this together with no issues. Now, then by focusing on needs of the users, the team can deliver value to the customers. So users are involved more often. So user pulse is understood, what user requires is clearly understood. So delivering that value to the customer will become more easier and simpler. So then project is broken into smaller units with high quality development, testing and collaboration because you have that flexibility. So since you have better visibility, you can able to do this and you move one by one, iteration by iterations, you progress further. So those were the advantages of adopting Agile. Now, keeping that Agile Manifesto and 12 principles of Manifesto. So what are the types of typical Agile methodologies we would come across? So there are few which we are going to look at as part of it, which we need to know. So these Agile methodologies definitely considers the Agile Manifesto points and then they demonstrate it in their own way. Now, Agile methodologies perspective, let us go one by one. So some of them to look at. The first one is XP, that is extreme programming. So this is the framework that enables teams to create high quality software and improves their quality of life. So it enables software development with appropriate engineering practices. So and then when is it applicable? So it is applicable to the scenario where changing software requirements to handle risks caused due to new technology while working with a small extended development team, to use technology to allow automated unit and functional tests. So that is about extreme programming. So next let us look at Kanban. So Kanban is a methodology which is used to design, manage and improve the flow of system. It is actually called as pull system, so visual system. So everything which is actually put on a board and it is visible to everyone, what work need to be done, what is in progress, who has to do, it is very clearly visible. So organizations can visualize their flow of work and the limiting their work in progress. So what is limiting, what is stopping is clearly visible. So generally, if I look at whenever, I'll just take a scenario of a meeting and minutes of meeting, which always discuss about it. Now, when there is a minutes of meeting shared with many people who have participated in the meeting, there are certain action items given to them. For example, Now these action items will have a target date to complete, and accordingly those needs to be closed. Now when the next meeting happens, when you look at that action item status, majority of them are not addressed. What could be the reason? Is that people are not sensitive about answering or addressing those? So more than that, the prioritization changes. So one important thing we need to understand how Kanban works here is it is a visual system compared to that minutes of meeting which is not visible to us always. The Kanban board is visible to us always. So one which is visible to us always makes us put a conscious effort to close it because our name is indicated on the board. The work need to be completed is mentioned against our name. Then we need to take it up and then close it. So it pushes it. It will put a conscious effort because it is visible. And I cannot build any stories telling that why I did not do, why did I not consider this as a priority rather than consider something else as a priority. So this Kanban straight away addresses it. And then it's also called as pull system because people pull the work from it and then complete. Right. So where is this applicable? It can be used in situations where work arrives in an unpredictable fashion. So that means it gives a lot of flexibility in terms of adapting to the changes which are happening, the dynamics environment. So it is also used to deploy work immediately without waiting for other work items. So since it is visible, I think things can go smoother, easier, so that people are owning it rather than just disowning it. So now let us look at lean. So when we say lean, it is very important for us to understand that value is always in customer perspective and elimination of waste. These are the two things mainly spoken about. So lean is a set of tools and principles that aims to identify and remove waste to increase the speed of process development. It focuses on maximizing the value to the client, ensuring waste is minimized. So when you look at visualize a processes, process interfaces and the flow. So they interface certain way. So unless the output of one process or procedures getting into another process, so that flow should be smoother, like many pipes connected together and water is flowing. So let us assume series of pipes which is of around 1 feet in terms of diameter of each of the pipes. Water is flowing in between if you have a pipe which is of half a feet. Now what happens to the downstream after that half feet pipe? The entire capacity in the downstream, even though it has 1 feet diameter pipe, it leads to the waste, underutilized capacity because this has become bottleneck. Now such bottlenecks, such the one which contributes to the waste has to be eliminated. That is very important. So value should be seen in the consumer perspective and that value would happen only through the series, value streams. Then in this value stream, the identification of the constraints and bottlenecks and elimination of waste. Now, what are the contributors of waste? So, waiting time, more often changing things, moving from one place to another place, allowing defects to flow, which leads towards a rework. So, all this, likewise, many things which actually end up in giving the waste. So, one has to visualize, understand, realize what are those non valuing activities and eliminating those is very important, right? So now when is it applicable? Lean principles apply to any sector where there is waste of any form. So it can be applied easily. So one is to know that. So that it should be effort which needs to be put with the objective to accomplish. So your ability to move faster, your ability to create that product which is more efficient. So only you can achieve it. The effective results can happen only when there is a lesser delays or lesser waste, non-valuing activities. That needs to be understood and eliminate those. So next, one of the popular methodology would be Scrum. So Scrum is a framework that is used by teams to establish a hypothesis, trying it out, reflect on the experience and adjust. It is used to enable teams to incorporate practices from other frameworks depending on the team's requirement. It's a simple framework which speaks about a product owner, a scrum master, a self-organizing team. So some of the terminologies, what it uses is a sprint, daily scrum, product backlog, sprint backlog. So it's very essential to understand this framework. Simpler and able to adopt it is also very easy. When is it applicable? It is used when cross-functional teams are working on product development, when work is split into more than 1 2 to 4 week iterations. So these iterations are called as sprints, small time boxed iterations. So this will also help in terms of accomplishing the results, provides that flexibility and able to move faster. Then Crystal. So Crystal is an approach to the software development that focuses on people and their interactions rather than tools and processes. It is aimed to streamline processes and improve optimization. It works on principle that projects are unique and dynamic, each requiring its specific methods. So where is it applicable? It focuses on strengthening teams communication. It also focuses on continuous integration, active user involvement, and configurable processes. So these are the few agile methodologies which are there, which are more popular, more heard. However, we can come across many other methodologies like safe agile, which is a scaled scenario for more complex projects. So likewise, we have many methodologies which organizations adopt, and these are few for us to understand.
There are two main approaches to project management: the traditional waterfall approach and the agile approach. Originally, Agile developed as a way to better manage software development projects. Agile emerged in the late 1990s, specifically in response to the challenges encountered when managing software development projects using the traditional waterfall approach, specifically addressing the burdens of heavy documentation and frequent changes in requirements. Agile techniques and best practices began to emerge and gain prominence in software development projects. This led to a meeting in February 2001 in Park City, Utah, where 17 leading software developers wrote what has become known as the Agile Manifesto. Let's review the Agile Manifesto for software development together. We are uncovering better ways of developing software by doing it and helping others do it. Through this work, we have come to value individuals and interactions over processes and tools, working software over comprehensive documentation, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, responding to change over following a plan. That is, while there is value in the items on the right, we value the items on the left more. Before you take your Agile Scrum Foundation certification exam, I recommend you memorize these 4 lines. We call them the statement of value. And you can see that on the right-hand side, those are items that are more relevant for the traditional or waterfall approach. And on the left, you have those things that are more agile in nature. Let's review each of these 4 lines. Individuals and interactions over processes and tools. Clearly, any project requires processes and tools. However, individuals and their interactions deliver better results when the emphasis is not on the processes and the tools. Working software over comprehensive documentation. Documentation here refers to things like status reports, progress reports, detailed specifications, which do not really demonstrate any real progress or value. Therefore, the emphasis is on working software that can be delivered and demonstrated. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Organizations need to be flexible and accommodating rather than following detailed definitions listed in contracts. Responding to change over following the plan. In Agile, small pieces of working software are delivered to the customer incrementally, and the customer is involved in the project from the beginning to the end. So in Agile, we are responsive to the customer and willing to make even mid-course corrections in order to deliver to the customer the value that the customer wants. Remember, you will be tested on these 4 lines. So again, I urge you to memorize them. In fact, knowing these 4 lines and having a feel for what they mean will actually help you get to the correct answer on many questions in the exam. Here we can see what it might look like to manage a project using the waterfall approach. You can see that the system and software requirements would need to be identified and documented upfront. That would be followed by the necessary analysis and program design work. Then comes the actual coding and testing. That's then followed by the handoff to the customer or to operations. As you can see, there is a heavy upfront cost of documentation, as well as the status reporting that would need to be done during the course of the project. You can also see that it would be difficult to respond to change in this kind of an approach. In fact, the Standish Group issued a study that showed that software development projects using the Agile approach succeed 3 times more often than when using the Waterfall approach. The Standish Group defined project success as being on time, on budget, and delivering all of the planned features. The study summarized as follows. The Agile process is the universal remedy for software development project failure. Software applications developed through the Agile process have 3 times the success rate of the traditional waterfall method and a much lower percentage of time and cost overruns.
Now, let's talk about Scrum versus Agile. Firstly, let's have a look at methodologies. Now, Agile is a set of principles that are iterative and incremental. Agile has a number of different methodologies you can choose from. There's XP, Crystal, Kanban, even Scrum for that matter. Let's talk about Scrum now. Scrum is an implementation of the concepts of Agile. So basically, most of the important components of Agile can be applied to Scrum as well. It provides the customer with incremental builds that are delivered to the customer in the span of 2 to 4 weeks. An organization can be Agile, but not practice Scrum. However, an organization cannot practice Scrum without being Agile. Next up, let's have a look at projects. Agile is more suited towards projects that have a small development team that consists of experts. Whereas on the side of Scrum, it's usually better suited for projects that are subject to a large amount of change, and that too rapidly. Next, we have leadership. Now for Agile, a project head takes care of all the tasks and has a very important role to play in the process of Agile. A project head represents the entire team and is responsible for getting issues resolved by assigning them to the appropriate members of the team. In Scrum, there's no leader. There's a Scrum Master who can overall guide the Scrum process, but the team addresses issues by themselves. It usually involves cross-functional and self-organizing teams. Next up, we have flexibility. Agile is relatively more rigid than Scrum and cannot handle changes with ease. It also requires a lot of upfront development process and changes within the organization. With Scrum, you can enable teams delivery. Agile requires frequent deliveries so that they can get feedback from the end user. This in turn will help make the product better. The product is delivered as well as updated on a regular basis. With Scrum, after a sprint, feedback from the client for a build is provided to the team. Scrum involves daily Scrum meetings to review and get feedback to determine the next steps of the project. The next sprint is only planned by the team after the current sprint is complete. Next, we have collaboration. With Agile, collaboration involves face-to-face interactions with team members of other cross-functional teams. For Scrum, daily stand-up meetings take place with specific roles like Scrum Master, Product Owner, and the Scrum team. And finally, we have design. With Agile, the design as well as its execution, it's relatively simple. With Scrum, the design and its execution can be innovative and experimental. So you might be wondering, which one should you choose? Now, among both these options, there's one thing that will remain common: Agile. Now, what you can decide upon is which Agile methodology you'll be choosing. Is it Lean, is it Kanban, or is it Scrum? Now, if you do want to know more about how Scrum and Kanban are different from one another, you can check out our video, Scrum versus Kanban. Kanban comes from the Japanese word kanban, which literally means signboard. Like Scrum, Kanban is a popular Agile framework that is a visual system by which the work can be managed with ease as it progresses. Kanban uses something known as the Kanban board to make these things possible. With this, you can easily identify bottlenecks and then fix them cost effectively at optimal speeds. The main focus with Kanban is transparency. Since everything related to the tasks are on the board, everyone can keep themselves updated. It also ensures that teams focus on their current tasks until they're done. This limits the amount of work that's in progress. So on the Kanban board, work is divided into smaller, more manageable pieces. The work that's needed to be done is written on a note or card and placed on a board. Columns on the board help represent where each item is, with respect to the workflow. Now let's have a look at what these are in detail. Let's find out how Kanban works. Now the board consists of three major components. There's the to-do list, which represents items that need to be completed. The ongoing column, which represents items that are being currently worked on. And the completed or the done column. Now these represent tasks or items that have already been completed. Now although this is a physical representation of the board, several organizations use software versions of the board that replaces the sticky notes with cards that can be moved from one column to another as work progresses. Now an example of such a software is Trello. So if you want to learn more about Trello, you can check out the link I'll be adding to the live chat in a moment. At this point, you guys must have realized how similar these two frameworks sound. So let's run through some more of their similarities. Let's find out how they are similar. Firstly, they both have principles of lean and agile, which means reduction of waste, and both of them are time-boxed and iterative approaches that enable product delivery in an incremental manner. Both these frameworks aim to reduce the amount of work in progress. This forces the teams to ensure that they focus on a smaller set of tasks. This also makes blockers and bottlenecks a little more visible. In both cases, the work is divided into smaller, more manageable units. Both of these frameworks use pull scheduling. Now this means that products are only built based on demand rather than forecasts. Transparency plays a major role in both these frameworks by helping them drive process improvement. And in both cases, the release plan is continuously optimized. And finally, both these methods aim to deliver releasable software often and earlier than expected. So now that we've reached midway, let me ask you guys a question. Do you guys use Scrum or Kanban in your workplace? Or do you use these software for personal reasons? What exactly do you use these for? Let me know in the live chat. Now let's have a look at how these two frameworks are different from one another. Firstly, let's have a look at cadence. Cadence refers to the amount of time in a sprint or before a release. So when it comes to Scrum, the entire project is divided into time-constrained iterations. That is, into smaller, manageable units. But when it comes to Kanban, it's event-driven. The next criteria we're going to have a look at is release methodology. In Scrum, releases take place after each sprint, which usually takes 2 to 4 weeks to complete. For Kanban, releases take place in the form of continuous delivery. They happen in such a way that changes like new features, configuration changes, bug fixes, and experiments get to the users in a safe, quick, and sustainable manner. Next up, let's have a look at how changes are addressed in both these frameworks. In Scrum, no change can be made while the sprint is in progress. Once it's complete, changes can be considered in the sprint plan and then added to the sprint backlog. With Kanban, changes can be made at any time and incorporated into the workflow. Now, let's consider the metric that's being measured. In Scrum, for planning and process improvement, velocity, which is the measure of the work that can be completed by a team in a sprint, is the key metric. In Kanban, lead time is the key metric. This represents the period of time between a new task's appearance in your workflow and its final departure from the system. Next, let's have a look at how teams work in these frameworks. In Scrum, you need a cross-functional team to achieve your goals in a sprint. In Kanban, cross-functional teams are optional, but specialized teams that focus on particular aspects of the workflow are required. Now, let's talk about new additions. In Scrum, just like handling changes, you can't add any items between a sprint or an iteration. In Kanban, new items can be added to the board as long as there's capacity available for it. Now, let's have a look at the job roles within these frameworks. Scrum has three major job roles: Product Owner, Scrum Master, and Scrum Team. With Kanban, you don't have any specific job roles. Now, let's talk about representation. Or moreover, let's talk about how data can be represented. With Scrum, the board needs to be reset once a particular sprint is complete. With Kanban, the board stays persistent throughout the entirety of the project. And finally, let's have a look at project length. With Scrum, it's better suited for longer projects. And with Kanban, projects that can be completed in a shorter period of time are better. So which one should you choose? Now, selecting from these two methods is mainly based on the requirements of the team. Do you expect your project to be shorter? Do you want to make changes at any time? You don't want to set up job-specific roles? Then Kanban is the framework for you. Or do you want a long-running project with different job roles and involving cross-functional teams? Scrum is the answer for you. Based on the differences we discussed in the last topic, you can make an informed decision. Now, let's have a look at some of the popular companies around the world that employ both these frameworks. Some of the companies that have successfully implemented Scrum are Facebook, General Electronics, and Adobe. Companies that have implemented Kanban are Siemens, BBC, and SAP.
So are you interested in becoming an Agile Scrum professional? Here we have Certified Scrum Master CSM certification training course. So hurry up and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box.
What I want to do, team, is I want to, before we get into the user stories, I want to go to the whiteboard and I want to just give you a little bit more information that might help us in organizing our discussion that we're about to embark on here. So a word that is not in our slides is themes. Themes are epics and user stories grouped together. You know, similar epics and user stories grouped together for planning purposes. So an epic is big. You would never do an epic a theme in a sprint. It's too big. So it's used for planning purposes. Below that, I would put epics. Epics are low priority, large user stories, meaning that an epic will eventually have to be disaggregated into multiple user stories. The reason it would be low priority is because if an epic was higher up on the product backlog, it would have to be more detailed. That's when you would break it down. So epics are usually going to live at the lower priority levels of a product backlog, and as user stories are completed and the epic rises in priority, it will eventually be broken down into more manageable user stories. So great big low priority user stories. Then we have user stories themselves. User stories are functions or features that the product owner wants to have developed. A user story turns into working software that provides value to the customer. And the product owner is the customer voice. The product owner is the one who would accept or reject completed user stories. And then there are tasks. And a reminder, when we were talking about the sprint planning meeting, we said the sprint planning meeting is got two parts to it. The first part is selecting all of the user stories that are going to be included in the sprint, and then disaggregating each of those user stories into tasks. That's done in the sprint planning meeting, and then those tasks are the things that are actually then done when the work of the sprint begins. User stories can be estimated in story points or ideal days. Most teams favor story points. They might start with ideal days, but they will then usually end up going to story points. Tasks are estimated in ideal time, which is usually hours. Okay, so now back to our slides. So at the top left, a use case could be an example of a user story. So it's something that the user wants to do and how the system should support it. A use case could be select and pay for items in a catalog. Now that could actually be an epic or maybe a theme, because maybe it would get disaggregated into log on screen, catalog, shopping cart, and checkout. But so the use case could either be a standalone user story, or it could actually be a number of user stories that would result from it. Below that, requirement. It could be a functional requirement, a technical task, or even a bug fix. So I'm going to go back to the whiteboard, and a product backlog is going to have a lot of user stories that come from the customer, right? Whatever the customer wants done. But the team may know that it has to do some development work in order for the user stories to even be able to work. You know, there's some system level non-functional requirements that need to be done. And so there could be tech user stories. And then, can you see this low? I can't see your chats, but then there could also be defect user stories. There could even be risk user stories. Now, what could happen is that the product owner ranks these in priority. So this one first, then that one, then that one. And the team says, well, the only thing is that we have to do some development work before we can actually do user story 2. And so what we really need to do is insert that before the second priority user story. And so the priority of the user stories in the product backlog, while it might start with just being, you know, simple functional user stories coming from the product owner, it will evolve until it includes some other things that are also considerations when it comes to priorities, because of, you know, successor, predecessor relationships, dependencies, and things like that are considerations. A user story, back to the screen, bottom left now, the user story can use a fictitious user or a persona to help the team or the team and the product owner to get an idea of, okay, who's going to be doing this function, what are they going to need in order to be able to complete the function, etc. So you try and come up with an actual, well, a fictitious, but a person who's actually doing it, to kind of get out of the realm of, you know, listing requirements and, you know, specs and things like that, and say, okay, what's the user experience need to look like? Top right, template. A portion of a user story is, let me back up. So a user story card is usually going to contain a brief description of the user story using some kind of a meta-language format, like we're suggesting right here. As a user or persona, I want this feature so that I can. So not unlike our estimating session here. As a frequent traveler, I want to eat grapes so I can be healthier. In the one that we didn't do, the inventory system, as a customer, okay, there's a user. I want to get cash back so I don't have to wait in line at the bank. Okay, here's another user story. As a consumer, I want the shopping cart functionality to easily purchase items online. And maybe that could be customer as well. As an executive, right, as a suit, I want to generate a sales report so I know which departments need to improve their productivity. As a buyer, so you can see I tried to come up with these different roles right here: executive, buyer, sales rep, etc. And that's the format. As a type of user, I want some kind of goal or feature, and so that's some kind of a reason. Below that, connect the dots by writing all of the user stories necessary to uncover the entire use case. So like we were talking about right here, if you want to be able to purchase items online from a catalog, that might be multiple user stories in order to support that use case. And so, of course, we would want to be able to connect the dots and see where all the user stories fit into the overall goal of the project or release. And the stories, excuse me, are grouped to form an epic or higher level stories, so epic or theme. Stories can then be split into child stories or tasks, and so that's what we were covering before, right? So you have themes up at the top. That's the biggest grouping, if you will, used primarily for high-level planning purposes. So you have your themes, then you have your epics, which are large user stories, low priority, and they're going to have to be broken down into smaller user stories. Like in the question that we had at the end of the last section, where the product owner needed something done and the team said, well, based on the size of this user story, it's going to take 3 sprints to do. Well, a user story has to be small enough to be completed within a single sprint. So a sprint can contain more than one user story, but a user story cannot span sprints. So that feature or function that was in the question was probably more like an epic. It was something that would need to be disaggregated into smaller user stories, or perhaps it was more of a use case that would need more than one user story in order to actually deliver the overall use case. Let's see, as a product supervisor, I want to see an unfinished part list at the end of the day so that I can reallocate work the next day. Great user story description. Well done, Viraj. Did you hear that, team? As a product supervisor, I want to see an unfinished part list at the end of the day so I can reallocate work the next day. That is a well-crafted description of a user story. Now, here are some things that I want you to memorize. You were hoping I was done with the memorization part. So I want you to remember that we have to invest in our user stories. And I was going over to the whiteboard and I didn't change cameras, so let me do that. I recommend figuring out how you memorize best so that you can, well, not if you wanted to. What I recommend is being able to write out all of this stuff on plain white scrap paper in about 14 minutes, because that's the amount of free time you have in the tutorial when you're at the or when you're taking the test. Exin does it a little bit different. You maybe won't have a tutorial. The only time you'd have a tutorial is if you were at a center taking a test. Exin has other options, like you can do a paper-based test where you get a third party, you know, a buddy or somebody who will agree to sort of proctor the test for you, or you can do it on your laptop all by yourself. And they have software that watches you while you're taking the test, and they require you to take the laptop and do like a 360 so that they can verify that you don't have any cheat sheets up on the wall or anything like that. But the point is you got to have this memorized, whether you're going to dump it out onto paper or not. When I took the test, I actually did the paper-based option. And that was because of some time constraints, and it was the quickest way to get me into the test. And so I didn't write out any of the stuff I'd memorized, but I had it memorized, and I had it memorized well enough that I could kind of recall it in my mind's eye. Okay, so we're talking about user stories, and you have to invest in your user stories. You know I like memorizing things by creating these charts that have the first letter of the word or phrase that you're memorizing in a separate column, and then I make up a story, you know, that reminds me that I've got to have INVEST. This one is pretty easy. Probably just invest works. So let's go over that. I stands for independent. Independent, meaning that each user story stands on its own. You don't have, when we're doing Scrum, you don't do a user story that won't result in working software. We just talked about the description of user stories, right? So it's a user that needs some kind of functionality for some kind of a reason, and they're all independent. Will they work together? Of course they'll work together if that's a necessity, but if you developed a logon screen, you could demonstrate working software for the login screen. There might be another user story that is, you know, has to do with displaying the catalog and being able to flag or select items that you want to purchase. But there'd be working software for that. Would they work together? Yes, but each user story would complete or result in some kind of working software, and they have to be independent. Negotiable. Negotiable in the way the user story is going to be implemented. The product owner doesn't dictate to the team doesn't say it's only this way and we don't want to hear anything from you. So there are discussions about the size and implementation for each user story. So the product owner can't make it so detailed that there's no room for discussion and the possibility of, you know, the team coming up with solutions other than what the product owner was attempting to dictate. V stands for valuable, meaning each user story has to create value for the customer or the end user. E has to be estimable, as in estimatable, except estimatable is not really a word, it's estimable. And S is for small, has to be small enough to be done in a single sprint. If we're doing 2-week sprints, it has to be able to be done in 2 weeks or less. If we're doing 4-week sprints, it could be a larger user story, but it would still have to be done in 4 weeks or less. And then the last one, the T, is testable. Every user story needs to be testable, and it needs to be testable at 2 levels. Remember our triangle? It needs to be testable at the intrinsic quality level, unit tests, etc., and also testable at the extrinsic level, which is the customer point of view, which is acceptance. So every user story has to be testable. Okay, so that's invest, and so let's add that to our list of things to memorize. Invest. And then the next one we have here is the 3 C's of a user story. So the first C, team, is card. So user stories should be able to be written on a 4 by 6 inch index card or some media similar to that card. The second C is conversation. The user story card is the item that is used for the team and the product owner to talk and discuss in order to make sure that the product owner and the team are on the same page when it comes to what is actually supposed to be developed and what it's supposed to look like at the end, which leads us to the third one, which is confirmation. Each user story essentially has to have acceptance tests in it itself. So card 4 by 6, conversation, that's the starting point. That's where the team and the product owner discuss, and then eventually there will be acceptance tests included on the user story card in order to be used during the sprint review to assure that it's acceptable, that there's confirmation. Okay, so, let's add that to the memorization list. So, 3 C's. All right, now I've got an example here of a user story card. So we're looking right here. And if you were to go out on the internet and search user story cards, they would be similar. There would be some differences, of course. But typically what you're going to have is you're going to have a title or a name for the user story. And then there's going to be some kind of unique identifier, like user story 321. Then there will be the description like we just talked about. As a librarian, I want to have the facility of searching a book by different criteria so that I will save time while serving a customer. Then there might be some other descriptive words or links to other information that might be necessary. And then there would be acceptance criteria or tests. Sometimes these get included on the back of the card, but the point is that they are on the card. Then there will be an estimate of size. It could be ideal days or story points. As I mentioned, most teams do story points. That's more likely what you'll be tested on as opposed to ideal days. But, we'll cover both so you understand the differences. There's probably, it's not listed here, but there's probably going to be a value point assignment. This is where the product owner kind of determines in a relative way the value of the stories. Just like we were doing in planning poker, the product owner might say, well, this story is twice as valuable as this other one, comparing them together. And this is what these value points are what's used to prioritize the user stories. That's supposed to be a V, as in value points. And then typically there's also going to be a indication. Sometimes it's just by colors. It could be words that has to do with, where the story came from. Did it come from the customer? That would be considered a functional requirement. If it came from the team, that would be from the technical domain. I'm trying to write where from. It's not me, team, it's the mouse. Clearly, it's hard to do that. That's from, where from. Here it's got customer, tech. You could also have defect. You could maybe have risk. And then there's also going to be an X factor, which would be some kind of word probably like stable, erratic, incomplete, something like that, to so that the team is designating the user story in respect to the amount of uncertainty or risk that's associated with that user story. And because all of that's a part of the story, right? The story is going to be turned into working software. There may need to be some efforts to actually figure out how to actually do that user story. So that's the X factor. Over to the right here on the same chart, we have some comments about if you are using a software package, excuse me, like Trello or Jira or something like that, excuse me, the user story cards will generally be able to contain more information using, dynamic links and things like that. Could even include things like responsible team member, or depending on how you're doing it, you would break the user story down into tasks, and you might have team members assigned to various tasks for the user story. Okay, so that's typically what a user story card is like. Sometimes they're cards, sometimes they're like on sticky notes, and they're put up on a Kanban board if you're using Kanban to track the project. If you have a story that is too large to be completed in a sprint, it's going to have to be subdivided, or we call it disaggregation, into smaller user stories. And there's 3 ways that we're proposing here that you could go about doing that. You could split it based on operational boundaries. For example, as an operator, one needs to manage reservations, which could be split. For example, there could be one portion that is that has to do with making a reservation, another one that has to do with modifying it, and yet another one that has to do with canceling it. So that could be split into, in this construct here, 3 separate user stories. You could also separate based on exceptions or cross-cutting concerns. For example, in the beginning, develop only one main path, like accept repayment for a loan. Then address exceptions, like what if a person overpays? Then come up with a user story that recognizes that and processes a refund, and or gives the option of allocating the overpayment to a future payment or something like that. And then also adds on other concerns like the check access restrictions or record name of operator. So maybe when you're working on accepting payments or processing refunds, it's going to check on who the operator is, or track that, so that if at a later time, who was it that gave this refund here? Well, you could look and see, okay, the operator's name was recorded. Or maybe you put some restrictions so that maybe not everybody is allowed to do a refund. And so you would have levels of users that have different privileges. Okay, and then down at the bottom, split based on data boundaries. For an example, as an accountant, one needs to enter balance sheet information, which could then be split into summary information and separately receivable details, or maybe you could have AP, so you could have different portions of the overall balance sheet activities that need to be done. So enter AR, enter AP, etc. Make sense? So just to kind of prompt you, give you some ideas about what to do in a Scrum project if you have the scenario arise where a user story is being estimated by the team and it won't fit into a sprint. It's too big. Now, when it comes to determining value for user stories, this is primarily owned by the product owner, right? And it always comes back to money, but money, the value can be looked at from different points of view. So new revenue, obviously, getting new customers and having them buy stuff. Well, below that, there's another consideration, incremental revenue. So somebody's in the process of placing an order, maybe there are some premium features that could be add-ons at that point in time. or maybe added later on. So you have an existing customer who actually buys more of or enhanced parts of the existing thing they already purchased or are in the process of purchasing. Retained value. So this is, retaining customers so that they don't go to a competitor. And then the bottom one is operational efficiency. How could things be done to speed up the process of whatever it is, so that the cost of delivering the product is reduced. So this then leads us to a discussion about priorities, recognizing that there are some priority concerns that come from both the customer domain as well as the technical domain. And there are some prioritization models. If we look right here, there is value-based prioritization, and the hierarchy of that would be high value, followed by high risk, followed by high value, and then low risk, followed by low value, and then low risk. So, we might have written this a little bit differently, but that's value-based prioritization, and this is primarily the product owner with maybe some input from the team, just simply deciding what he or she wants done most, listening to the team say, well, there's some, greater risks with this user story than that, and so you'd probably want to persuade the product owner to take care of high-risk stuff first, because that would have an an impact on the future things that need to be done. There's the Kano model, which looks at each of the user stories and classifies them as being mandatory, linear, or exciters. And the mandatory items are those user stories that are musts. And they'll never move the customer or the end user beyond neutral. It's if they're not there, it creates dissatisfaction. If the product owner and the team has done a good job in identifying what are the mandatory or threshold items, you would see that it just gets it to neutral. That's what's expected for the product. Linear items, user stories, are those user stories that as they are implemented progressively throughout the project and added to the feature set, it will linear increase customer satisfaction. And it can be, in their absence, dissatisfaction, all the way up to high implementation, creating a great deal of satisfaction for the customer. And then the third category is exciters and delighters. And those are features or functions. Those are user stories that are not mandatory. And the absence of them will never result in satisfaction going below neutral. But by adding them, you could create excitement and delight for the customer. These would typically be things that are features that would be included in a premium version of the product, or maybe add-ons that are promoted, at the point of sale. Have you thought about this because it'll really help you, or whatever. So that's the Kano model, and then there's Uyghur's relative weighting method. And this is all using numbers. So each feature is given a value for its benefit, and its penalty, given a value for penalty, meaning what's the pain if that feature or function is not included. And then there is the cost side and the risk side. And then those are all calculated together, and that results in, a ranking or a hierarchy, which gives you the priority for the user stories. We also talked about Moscow, didn't we? Did we talk about Moscow? Moscow is another prioritization model. Must, could, I said that differently. Must, should, could, won't. Moscow, MSCW. Must, should, could, won't. And we talked about that one. Thank you for that confirmation. Does it seem like a long time ago, or is it just me? I know it was just last weekend, but it's like last year. Okay, so now let's talk about velocity. Priyanka, that is exactly right. So velocity is the capacity of the team to complete work in a single iteration. So the team has estimated the user stories for size or ideal days, and the sprints are going to be 3 weeks in duration. Obviously, not all user stories can be completed in a single sprint and be done with the project. Well, I guess maybe I shouldn't say obviously. While I'm saying that, I'm thinking, well, maybe you had a very small, short duration project, so you could. But the point is that it's the team's capacity to complete work in a given sprint. And it is an observation. It's not a prediction. So if we're working on sprint 5 and we're working on determining what our velocity is, then it would be the average of the previous 4 sprints. If there were any outliers, you would disregard those. And so it's an observation. If we look over to question or box number 2 here, velocity is used to deal with determining how many user stories we are going to include in a given sprint, and also how many sprints are we going to need to create a release or a set of user stories. And here's an example. In box number 3, a team completed 5 user stories that were sized 5, 3, 8, 13, and 2. 2 user stories, each sized 5, were left half complete. What is the velocity of the team? And the answer is either going to be 31 or 36. 31 is the sum of the completed user stories. If you were 36, you were claiming half of the 2 that were 5. So that would be a total of 10. So you claim half of it, which would be 5, would take you to 36. But it's not going to be 36 because the only thing that counts towards progress is working software. So even if the team had finished 9 out of 10 story points for a user story, meaning it's almost done, and then the sprint ends, that doesn't get counted towards velocity. And you don't mess around with velocity. You can mess around with your estimating, and you can mess around with what user stories are going to be completed in a sprint, but you don't. The velocity is not variable. It is what it is based on past performance. When it comes to levels of planning, we have what's called the planning onion. And let me walk you through this here. Up at the broadest area is the vision level. So the vision level, that's the suits, right? They're the ones that have the strategy and objectives for the company and where it's going. And so they have that overall big vision for the company, which is likely going to include products. And each product should have a roadmap. My example of that website that I'm working on has 3 versions which make up the product roadmap. Version 1 is the free site, version 2 is the membership site, and version 3 is the pay referral commissions version of the site. And the product roadmap is then supported by releases. So for my project, I have 3 releases. So all of the user stories needed for the free version are in release 1. All of the additional user stories that are needed for the paid version, the subscriber version, and then also for version 3, those are all releases, 3 releases. And then for each sprint, we will be pulling user stories from the release that we're working on. A release is likely going to take multiple sprints. And then the sprints are populated by the individual user stories, which are then disaggregated into tasks. And we do the daily scrum, which is the daily level of planning and coordination. So we call that the planning onion. We already kind of talked about the release and roadmap concept here. So let's just review this quickly. Prioritize high-level epics and determine goals and releases. So we'll use epics and themes in order to group things together. You know, what should be included in what's released. So what are the goals for the releases? Then the first bullet point, establish goals of release based on market demand, regulatory needs, or customer expectations. For each release, you want to estimate the target stories. Repeat until the target stories are assigned an iteration length. It's blending some things here. Be able to estimate velocity and then assign stories to the sprints. So we keep estimating the user stories and we keep organizing that until we can do that. We can come up with an iteration length, a sprint length, and then figure out what our velocity for each sprint is, and then assign stories to the sprints. The next bullet down, iterate until the user stories and release date meets conditions of satisfaction. So that's definition of done or acceptance for the release. And try not to pack too much into a release backlog. So just like you would not want to pack too many user stories into a sprint. You want to have the timelines appropriate and what are included in the events make sense. Okay, so here's a bit more about release planning on this slide here. You've got the product backlog here on the left, and then we might come up with a release plan, which could be flipped and could be looked at horizontally. And you probably plan about 3 releases in advance, or at least you're doing more of the detailed planning on that. Because things are going to emerge when we do, you know, sprint 1 that's going to help in sprint 2, and things that happen in sprints 1 and 2 that are going to help release 3. And then you've got, you know, your subsequent releases where we're just doing very high-level planning. It's called rolling wave planning, where we do detailed planning for things in the future in tandem with doing high-level planning for things in the future. Did I say that right? Detailed planning for things in the near term in tandem with high-level planning for things in the future. And we talked about deciding as late as possible, I believe, meaning that it's better to actually plan the later releases for purposes of making sure we have more information, the most information available. Okay, so estimation. Let's start at the top left. The principles behind estimation. Understand the cone of uncertainty, which is an estimate or best guess to begin with, and then progressively becomes more accurate. In fact, let's just take a break and look at the cone of uncertainty. So at the very beginning of a project, there's going to be a high level of uncertainty. If I were to draw this chart, I would make it a little bit more like this. So clearly, you're going to de-risk the project as early as you can, and then eventually all risk disappears when the project is done. Risk is uncertainty. Okay, below that, the only estimate that matters is the one given by the team. Supported by this comment here, nothing is impossible for the one who doesn't have to do it. So the product owner is like, team, come on, you can do this. The team's like, no, we know what our velocity is. No, the product owner says, I'm telling you, there's no way that that can't be done. I know you can do it. I trust you. I believe in you. But the product owner doesn't have to do the work. Okay, top right, overestimation and underestimation is always going to be an issue that we deal with. It's more likely that we will underestimate than overestimate. And by looking at our velocity from iteration or sprint to sprint, there could be some information that is showing us that we're underestimating, for example, meaning we're thinking the user stories are smaller than they are, and that we can get, a certain number done in a sprint, and then there's a fail. Well, that would mean then that would be discussed during the retrospective, and then we would do something different going forward, which might include doing some re-estimating. Scrum estimating is not necessarily more difficult. However, Scrum exposes bad estimates sooner, which is a good thing. When we were doing our planning poker, you could see that the first time as a team, we didn't know each other. We didn't know everybody's thoughts and concerns. And those kinds of things, get shared and absorbed as a project goes on. And so there's a higher awareness of that. So what we would say is that using estimation techniques, Scrum estimation techniques, might be more inaccurate at the beginning of a project, but they will quickly become very accurate as the project advances forward. Let's see, there's a question here. Can velocity be increased over a period of time for the project? Yes, it can. Now, it's not that it will increase if the team is learning how to work together better and better. You would expect that, if I can just use my mouse here, if we were tracking velocity, so this would be points completed over here. Let me just do PTS for points. And down here is time. And we go from sprint to sprint, right? You would expect that maybe, the first couple of sprints, the team would be learning how to work together, and there would be a steep curve, and then it would kind of flatten out and maybe have, a slow rise going forward as the team emerges as a high-performing team. They get better at their cross-functional behavior. Somebody's sick, the team just keeps chugging along. Other things, oh, sorry, there, I had bumped a thing on my screen there. So the team, learns how to work better together, and, their estimates become more accurate, etc. And you would expect a high-performing team to have a result like this for velocity, where there's quick improvement, and then it kind of stabilizes and then begins to tick upwards. Okay, we talked about the cone of uncertainty. Let's talk about ideal time. When we do estimating for user stories, we do it in ideal days. When we do estimating for tasks, we do it in ideal time, which means hours. I think that's on the whiteboard, or it was on the whiteboard. Oh, it was on it. So ideal time is the amount of time it takes to complete a piece of work. But that's based on the notion that the team member or members are available to do just the work with no distractions or anything at all. So assuming that Priyanka could sit down at a keyboard and code for 8 hours without taking a break for lunch, no phone calls, no discussions, no meetings of any kind, just work 8 hours, how much could be done in that 8 hours by Priyanka? That's what ideal time is. But the thing of it is that there is no such thing as somebody being able to spend every minute of every day only doing work. There will be distractions. So it has to be converted into elapsed time. Now, we don't convert it to elapsed time at the user story level, but we do convert it to elapsed time when we are dealing at the task level. And what that looks like is, you know, for each team member, you're going to have to do it separately because some team members have more distractions than others. Some might have other duties that pull them away. Whatever the case may be, you determine how much time in a given day a team member is available to do work. So say it's 5 hours out of 8 for one. Maybe it's 6 hours out of 8 for another. Maybe it's 4 out of 8, but you figure out what it is, and then you take the average, and that average availability is used then to convert ideal time into elapsed time. I should have circled this box here because we talked about this as well. And then I already mentioned this here, only considers actual work time, not the distractions. So that's the concept of ideal time. When it comes to story points, it's different than that. They are a measure of size relative to each other. So we were doing planning poker this morning where we were looking at grapes versus apples, and then we were looking at oranges and what else do we have? Watermelons and coconuts. And we weren't trying to figure out how much time it would take to eat grapes as opposed to how much time it would take to eat a coconut. It's clear that it's going to take longer to eat a coconut because there's more effort involved. So we have a sense that it's going to take more time. But comparing the coconut to our baseline of 2, right, we came up with a baseline of 2 for the smallest user story. We compare eating coconuts to that baseline, and we say, okay, you know what, it's going to take more effort to eat the coconut than it is to eat grapes or apples. So you can do it like we did. You can also triangulate. For example, when we did our planning project this morning, or this morning for me rather, at the beginning. Oh, that's not it. That is the daily stand-up. Here it is. If I had said, team, I want you to pick a small user story, a medium user story, and a large user story. And then we would then compare other stories to those 3, and so we would kind of triangulate on it. Let's say that we did, 2 was small. I'm sorry, I'm saying that wrong. Grapes was small, apples were medium, and coconuts were large. Well, if we then looked at orange and we said, well, you know, orange is smaller than apples but bigger than grapes. So we would know this would fit in between grapes and apples. And so let's say, you know, we had apples at 5 and grapes at 2, then we would say an orange is probably going to be 3. And the values, you know, now I used, in our example, the modified Fibonacci series. What we do in Scrum and Agile, if we're using story points, we're going to use a nonlinear scale for the values. So down at the bottom here, there's the modified Fibonacci sequence. The way the Fibonacci sequence works, by the way, it's the value is the sum of the 2 on the right. So let me break this right here because this is a modified Fibonacci. So 13 is 5 plus 8. 8 is 3 plus 5. 5 is 2 plus 3, and 3 is 1 plus 2. if we were doing the real Fibonacci series, this wouldn't be 20, it would be 13 plus 8, which would be 21. I don't know why some use modified Fibonacci and others not, but that's just kind of a common thing to do. If you're doing planning poker, you give everybody 7 cards, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, and 20. Another nonlinear scale is doubling, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. You typically don't go too far to the left with the values because that either means that you're being too granular or you've got stories that are probably too big and they need to be disaggregated. Now, somebody just chatted here, should some buffer time be included in the actual estimates? Let me answer that question first by going back to ideal time, and then I'm going to come back to story points and answer the question. When we're estimating in ideal time, we don't add a special amount of time that we would call a buffer. We just allow for the distractions and the interruptions, which could look like a buffer, right? You're saying, Priyanka, if based on your duties in the organization and our workday of 8 hours, you're typically available to be doing your project work 5 out of those 8 hours. So when we are converting ideal time to elapsed time, we will be building in extra time based on distractions and interruptions. We would not call it a buffer, but that's essentially what we're doing. Now, when it comes to user stories that we're using story points, it is different. The points are for the entire amount of the work. And why might we need to have some extra time for a user story? Well, it's likely going to be driven by uncertainty. There might be other things that impact it, but that's the main thing. Sorry, team. So when the team is estimating the size of the user story, they will be including in their discussion and estimates any extra time or buffer time that would be needed for that user story to be completed. So do we accommodate uncertainty when we're using story points? Yes, we're looking at the X factor, and if we've got an unstable user story, then we're probably going to say, this is going to be a bigger user story than one that's similar but has a much lesser level of uncertainty. So that's the story points. Let's compare the two. Ideal time uses things like hours and days, which is easier to explain outside the team, right? The suits like things in days and hours. Everybody's estimate may be different, not a bad thing. It's easier to do at the beginning because we're oriented to think about time. And it does kind of shine a light on wasted time. Story points are harder to explain outside the team. The suit says, well, how long is it going to take to do user story 301? And our answer is, well, that's a 10 user story point user story. And the suit's saying, what does that mean? Tell me how long it's going to take. So the suits have to be converted to story points. Now, here's the thing. It's a lot easier to get consensus when we're estimating in story points. And once we get good at it, it's going to be much faster. We have to remember it's not comparable across teams. So, a team working together will have its own kind of system for sizing the stories, and another team that might even be working on the same project will have a whole different scheme. And so if the velocity of one team is 25 and the velocity of another is 50, it doesn't mean that the team with the velocity of 50 is able to do more work than the teams whose velocity is 25. And we did, when we got our day going, we started with a planning poker exercise. And so, we used all of the team members. So we selected the team. The product owner was there to answer any questions. The team discussed each of the story cards. and then decided what their vote was going to be, and then everybody voted at once. If there were outliers, they were discussed, and the reasons for that, those variances, those outliers, were then part of the discussion, and then we did another round of voting. And we would keep doing that until we had our estimates converge or we reached consensus on them. Okay, so advantages of planning poker: it's fun, it's quick, it gets the whole team involved, the team understands a little bit about all of the stories, everybody contributes his or her expertise, and the discussion during the estimation provides clarity in the direction approach and even a bit of design. If we were in the same room team and we were doing a planning poker activity like we did at the beginning of our day together, we would be able to, model it a little bit better. Or if we tried to unmute everybody, but you could hear the background noise. I've tried doing it, it doesn't really work. But you get the idea that if the team's discussing and things like that, you would actually get to the point where your estimates would converge and the team would say, okay, this user story size is, whatever it is. Okay, so we need to wrap things up for the day. So we are ending right here. And that means tomorrow when we get together, we're going to be doing slide 20, or starting with that, which is affinity estimating. And let's see, affinity estimating, we go through that. We're going to talk about tracking progress using information radiators. And then we're going to talk about what we do when we find variances between the plan and the actual results. And then we'll have our quiz. So we're almost finished. I think we're good on time.
So are you interested in becoming an Agile Scrum professional? Here we have Certified Scrum Master CSM certification training course. So hurry up and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box.
Now let us look at a typical scenario of an organization where the need of user stories would come in. So looking at this scenario, so an organization would have a scenario where the existing products are sold very well in the market, and they may think about introducing new product, or they may think about introducing a new feature or functionality to the existing product. So the scenario what we are considering is, it says our previous product sold really well in the market. Now let's think about new products. So we'll need to make sure we can understand the requirements and fulfill the requirements. Now, how do you do this? So how are you going to understand the consumer requirements, user requirements, and how is that going to help the user to accomplish the requirement and fulfill the need, whatever it's required to be fulfilled? So user story helps. One who understands the user stories would look at the perspective of the users, and these user stories provides those insight towards what user would exist. So as we go through, we will understand in the perspective of the users, their requirements, and how user stories helps in terms of fulfilling those requirements. This requires a certain amount of visualization. Let us see what it is. So what are user stories? User stories are an agile software development project management tool that provides users with simple natural language explanations of one or more features written from the end user's perspectives. So for a given product, we may have many end users. So we may develop an application within an organization and use that application for an organization. That is one scenario. Second scenario is we create a product, we sell it, and employees of our customer organization will become users of those products. These are the two scenarios. So having these scenarios, what kind of product it is, what is the objective of this product which is going to fulfill? So let me assume an HR application which is used for submission of claims from the employees. So what is that requirement? So this application should accept the claims submission from the employees of the organization, and then that needs to be processed and the claims needs to be clear. Now what will happen now? The user community, if you visualize, there is an user as an employee of an organization who submit claims. So there is an user in the finance perspective who is going to deposit the money. Similarly, there is an user who is going to approve. So many such user interfaces, we will see the existence of the roles of users, we will see who would be using these particular applications. So in their perspective, there should be an interface provided there should be some privileges provided through which they would do their transactions and activities. When we write the user stories, we don't write them in detail. So a user story doesn't go in detail, it just mentions how a certain type of work will bring value to end user. So what is this role specific end user would be doing at that particular role in this particular product? What is the transactions involved? So the end user in this case could mean external end user or even internal customer or colleagues within the organization. So looking at these points, if I look at the same application, HR claim processing application, who are these internal users? The employees of organization. So who are these external? Maybe the people who sold this particular application to our organization. So they have installed it, they manage it. There is an administration role for this particular product. That is a role. Similarly, another set of internal users, maybe someone who is like from finance, from HR. So in each of these roles perspective, this particular product should provide the interface, and then there should be a transaction in their perspective, which is very important. So user story should explain this in very brief so that it helps in terms of visualizing what kind of interface has to be provided and why would this particular role use it. That is very important. So user stories also form the building block of agile frameworks like epics and initiatives. So what is this epics? What is this initiatives? Let us look at it. Now epics refers to the group of user stories where the large amount of work broken down into user stories. So many user stories together forms epics, which will provide certain insight towards how these user stories are connected with each other. So similarly, initiative refers to combination of multiple epics forming that initiatives. So which is very essential to group. So managing perspective, it will become easy. And also looking at the objective, what is that particular group of user stories, group of epics are going to accomplish. So user stories can also help ensuring that team work to goals of the organization through epics and initiatives. It should be looking at that objective exactly. What is the directions we are getting into and how these combination of user stories. So as an employee, I'm submitting my claims. So what is that required in that user's perspective? There should be a story. So I, as a finance person, I'm going to clear these claims. I'm going to pay the money, deposit the money. So that particular role needs certain interfaces. And that visualization requires how this interactions happens. So user story should help in terms of understanding those. So the requirements for making a user story a reality are added later after discussing with the team. So we made a user story, we created a user story. It doesn't end there. So there needs to be a discussion which happens further to decide, yes, it is a valid user story. So this will also help in terms of prioritization, which needs to be taken up first. So user stories are recorded on post-it, notes, or an index card or a project management software. And this would help in terms of prioritization or for tracking as well. So what is the advantages of user stories? So advantages of user story involves it helps in delivering high quality content because what is required to be accomplished in the user perspective, that will be very clear. Eases collaboration with team members because finalization on the user stories and understanding of the user requirements would happen after discussing with the team members. Each one would give their own viewpoints and prioritization of particular user story or keeping a specific user story or not considering that user story would be based on the feedback which team provides. This cannot happen in terms of having team members together and speaking about it. Helps understanding users better. So user roles are discussed, users requirement is discussed, and what is that they're going to accomplish through this user interface, that is also discussed. So user role is understood, user requirement is clearly understood by writing a user story. This will also help in improving transparency because since the collaboration is happening, since the user story is not just taken just like that, the discussion happens and that will have an interaction and collaboration. So definitely improves transparency. So now it reduces risks. So when I say risk, it's obviously uncertainty. So it reduces risk because the clarity one would have about the requirement of users. So accordingly, the features functionality of the product are defined so that they can fulfill those user requirements. Then supports iterative developments. As I mentioned earlier, the collaboration, the transparency, everyone working together. And in the agile perspective, user stories, epics, and initiatives gets into the specific iterations only after this discussion with the team members and after prioritizing it. So the user story will be there in the product backlogs, which will be prioritized based on that particular scenario of requirement in agile scenario. So as when we say agile, it's quite obvious. We need to be flexible to the changing scenarios. So since we're working together, and when we go for an iterative mode of approach, it is quite obvious we're going for it to get adopting to the changing scenario, so that we can select that particular features functionality by pulling that particular epic or user story as a priority in the given list. So that prioritization making will also become easier. Focuses on vocal communications, means lot of interactions happens while discussing on user stories. So since people are doing it vocally, so there is some personal touch also established. Good collaboration can get established. So user story also provides that visibility because of that people working together in a collaborative manner. Invest in user stories. So what is invest? So investing in user stories. So what does that mean? So it is a concept that helps creating meaningful user stories. So it stands for independent, negotiable, valuable, estimable, sized appropriately, testable. So when I say independent, so whenever we write the user story, that should be self-contained, if at all possible, to avoid dependencies on other user stories. So it should be independent of one another so that each of them can be developed and delivered separately. So negotiable, so when we say negotiable, user stories can always be changed or rewritten. So at any given point in time, so we should be able to do that modifications required. So that should support the flexibility associated with the agile methodologies. So since requirements often evolve, changes, and these changes comes for various different reasons. So how do we change these user stories or modify this so that it can fit into the requirement, so that adaptation can happen to the changing requirements? So stories should be discussable and should be open for negotiation for any change scenarios. So next, valuable. When I say valuable, it's quite obvious. We're speaking about value, what is being created for the users or consumers. So a user story would represent the goal or an objective an end user who is going to look for. Means value is always in the consumer's perspective. So now I created certain features, functionalities, fine, but did that really create the value to the consumers? So the value realization plays an important role. So stories must ensure there is a value being added to the consumers and customers or users always. Otherwise, user story doesn't make any sense. So estimable. So when we say estimable, one should always be able to estimate the size of the user story. So sometimes developers may not have the experience required to size the particular situations or needed for a user story. Reasons may be anything. It may be not having specific insight towards it or don't know how to estimate. There may be someone specific who needs to understand that scenarios and then come and discuss. Reasons may be anything. So stories, if you cannot estimate, then it will become difficult in terms of handling it better. So it should give some visualization. So it should be estimable and can be divided into tasks. So now small means sized appropriately. So user story should not be very big or should not be too small. And then how do we decide on this size? So now when we say any user story that can be completed by a developer in single iterations, then can we call it as too big? Quite obviously that is again indicative. So user story should be subdivided into two or more small stories into multiple pieces, multiple stories, small stories, so that it can be handled better. So story should not be too big and should be completed within 40 hours or 3 to 4 days. These numbers are indicative. So not necessarily you should be fixing with this number. So just an indicative to show you that what would be the focus when I say user story, in what is that effort it would take to accomplish that. Now testable. So when we say user story is testable, one has to ensure that development is complete and has been done correctly. So means once you create a user story, so that needs to be articulated in such a way so that it becomes measurable. When I say testable, obviously there should be metrics, a target metrics which can be created, which will help me to state, yes, this particular requirement is accomplished. So they should have an acceptance criteria that can be tested to check if they fulfill the customer's need. So then how to write user story? This is very important point to look at. So how to write the user story? So writing user stories comes up with a specific template with a simple language. So what is it? So now as a role, I want to so you keep filling it. So typically role means what? The specific user role who would be using that particular product and their requirements which are being fulfilled. So that is the role. The name of the role, we are going to put it here. So the role refers to an individual that would be interfacing or interacting with the system. Now, want to, when we say want to, the want or action which represents the behavior of the systems. So what is that it's supposed to do? This action would be unique to each user stories. Now, so that this refers to the benefits or results that non-functional and external to the system. As a result, what would happen? What is that we are trying to accomplish out of it? So let us look at an example. How does it look like? As a CEO, I want to track my subordinates' progress to ensure organization's goals are met. Similarly, if we take the reference to those examples what we discussed earlier, like we took the example of HR portal, so claim processing requirement. Now this can be same user story. As an employee of an organization, what can I write? So as an employee of this organization, I want to submit my claims online so that claim processing will become smoother, easier, faster without any errors. So that can also be a user story. So it gives certain visualization. What kind of users are there and what is that they need. So the moment you write the user stories, you should visualize that role. It is very important. So there is 3 C's of user stories, which we call it as card, then conversation, and then confirmation. So when we say card provides a written description of the user story. So what do I mean by written description of the user story? So same thing, the user story what we just saw as an example. So that can be written on a card. So this will help in planning and estimating. So and that will also gives that visualization of users and their requirement so that that can be articulated further and also estimated so that it can looked in the perspective of invest. What is invest? What we discussed. So it is independent, it is negotiable, it is valuable, it is estimable, it is sized appropriately, means it's not should not be too big, too small. The examples what we saw was appropriate and testable. So now when we see this particular user story, is it fulfilling all those points what we discussed in invest? That is very important. Now this card, whatever the description is provided, should elaborate on that very clearly. So then further what happens? Conversation. After the user story is written in a card and given, and it is shared with every individuals who is participating in that conversation. So then there will be discussion. So conversation represents discussion between users, team, product owners. So this helps in terms of whatever the user story is written, is it making sense? Is it in line with the user's expectation? And at the same time, whatever the understanding we have, maybe as a product owner or the team member, a developer, is my understanding correct? Then user perspective, so whatever the user story is written, is that user story is speaking about the requirement which needs to be fulfilled as they require. So this helps to build a shared understanding between all those individuals so that there is no confusion further. So once people converse together, once the stakeholders converse together, then you will confirmation. So this represents the condition that need to be satisfied to ensure that the story meets all requirements. So you are confirming. So all the stakeholders are agreeing to that. So firstly, to summarize this, 3 C's refers to card, conversation, confirmation. Card provides the user stories which actually represents, as we took an example, so which will capture that, so that it also fulfills the thought of invest. Then conversation is required to understand what is this user story speaking about. Is that a real requirement? So confirmation further in terms of confirmation from users as well as all the stakeholders before you go and develop or execute that. So what is life cycle of user story? So when we say life cycle, so we may require to understand a life cycle starts when you conceptualize, when you visualize, when you say this is what we may require to accomplish. So they should be conceiving, someone should conceive that idea. So it may be related to a problem, it may be related to a specific product for an opportunity what is seen. So whatsoever the reason it is, there is a scenario where something is conceived. Trigger may be a problem, trigger may be some issues what is being faced, trigger may be an opportunity what is seen. So then the initiative, the trigger which actually push towards creation of the requirements and user stories. So the life cycle of user stories starts from there. So how does it go? So it involves right from the point pending to do, then discussion, then developing, confirming, and then finished. So when I say pending, I'm basically saying user stories in their most basic forms, where they are created after communicating with the user and the project team. These acts as the reminder for further discussion. So first level of understanding on user stories in the basic form. So which will help in terms of further discussion and taking a call on that. So will there be a possibility that this user stories will be modified as we progress? Answer is yes and no, both. So it may be modified, but discussion is further which goes on from this basic understanding of that particular user story. So further discussion is to elaborate on that, make sense out of it and confirm. So then after discussion with the stakeholders, users stories that need to be addressed are decided and put into sprints. So in between the point where we said pending to do. So in between this, there is a lot of discussion. So where decision is happening here. So decided and put into sprints means there is a prioritization also which is happening. So now discussion. At this stage, users confirms the requirement and acceptance criteria. So acceptance criteria helps in terms of once you test that particular user story after executing, you will check based on these acceptance criteria so that you can conclude the requirement is fulfilled. The end users are shown a preview of upcoming features so that they understand, yes, this is what we were expecting. They can provide their feedbacks, necessary feedbacks or insights, whatever is required to be provided. So then once the discussion is complete, the team would be able to design and implement features to fulfill user requirements. So once user concludes, yes, this is what we were expecting, and there is a sign off during the discussion, then features are developed and implemented so that it can goes to that product which can be used. So then after developing, confirming. So the end user confirms the user story, features are confirmed to testing environments, alpha versions and acceptance criteria are looked at before saying yes, it is confirmed, user is accepting. So that will happen as part of confirming, means that features or functionality what was written in user story, so that specific users are using it and concluding or acknowledging, yes, this is fulfilling our requirement and this is according to the acceptance criteria what we discussed and agreed. So that is very important. So we write a user story, fine, but users are not agreeing to it. That is not a good scenario to be with. User should accept and confirm, then finished. So the user story is completed at this stage. For new requirements or new features, a new user story must be created. Any new features or new functionality I am required to add to this particular product, then I would write another user story and the same life cycle continues. And this is not an ending thing. So as I keep modifying the features, as I add new features, as I look at improving the performances, so I keep writing the user stories. Now one question keeps coming to me. So we write a user story while fulfilling the requirements. Fine, as a specific user, I want this. Easy to narrate that. So how are we going to look at a scenario where there is an improvement of something? So whenever we are going to discuss about improvement of something, it is quite obvious we need to look at it. What is that improvement user is looking at? Now when I am submitting a particular request or accessing something, it is taking some time, means there is some delay. Now user experience can be enhanced by reducing that particular time. That is improvement. As a user, the user story, basic user story doesn't change, but in the performance perspective, you may require to visualize that. So problem statement has to come in, accordingly user story has to be articulated. Then once the user story is written, it is required to put the user story mapping. So user story mapping represents and arranges user stories that help with understanding the system's functionalities, the system's backlog, planning releases, and providing value to the customers. So typically this involves arranging or organizing user stories based on the priority along the horizontal axis. So I will horizontally, when you move, so I will say which one is the priority, which user stories are priority, first thing which I need to focus on. So vertical arrangements represents how in a given specific user story, how the activities perspective, task perspective, sub-task perspective, further down how it gets elaborated to improving the levels, how it goes forward. So now let us look at an user story mapping with an example of, let me say, net banking services provided by a bank for account holders. When I say net banking service, it is quite obvious. It is also has to be provided through having a product which banking application would use. So, but here we need to visualize the user's journey while accessing the net banking portal, viewing the account details, paying bills like utility bills, doing a lot of transactions within that particular portal, net banking access the moment they do, like generating statements or transferring money to one of the beneficiaries, etc. So all these transactions, so what is being done. So in this user story map, let us see how does it look like. So few activities are considered here, like logging into the account means net banking portal will come in, then one would input their credentials and then they log in. Now that journey of the users in a specific activity, what they do is visualized. Now log into account in the sense, obviously one has to go to that portal. So go to login page, then enter credentials, login ID and password. So once that login ID and password is entered, obviously there is a process engine which runs behind to provide the necessary access. Now, if that credentials are not working, or if I don't remember it, reset password is an option immediately. Now, as I go through further from this subtask, in all the particular columns which I have given here, as you go through this, as I deep dive into it further, it goes on. So until the person gets an access to the account and then start doing the transactions, it goes up to that level. So I can keep writing the subtasks further. So manage account. So you would go to account page once you access it. Then you'll select the specific account because you may have many different account types which is there with the bank. You may be having one or many. So in the scenario you have more than one, obviously you will select that account and account details will be displayed to you. So this user will not do, but user will get that. So we are visualizing that. And further, after account details are displayed, what user would do, then further you would keep visualizing that. So some of the transaction like generating statement, transferring money, so even for that the steps are written. So going to statement page, then selecting the account for which you need a statement, then selecting the period from when to when the statement one is requiring, and then further clicking on it and downloading that particular statement, or choosing an options mentioning that I need this in an email or I need an hard copy of this. So similarly transferring money, so you will go to that specific page where you need to transfer the money. So you may have the beneficiary there in the list already added if you have added earlier, or newly you're adding a beneficiary. So there are various types of transfers, like so international transfer you will have, local domestic transfer you will have, within a bank, accounts being within a same bank, bank A to consumers. So from me, if I'm a consumer transferring money to another consumer of the same bank, and vice versa, that is one of the options. Second is a bank consumer having and transferring a money to some other bank account of someone else. That is another scenario. Or transferring money for my own account in another bank. So various different scenarios you come across. So then limitation, or depending on what kind of beneficiaries are these, what is the limitations, and how are you going to authenticate them. So the moment I visualize a specific transaction and activities of user stories, what are the things an user can do, then I can keep writing, mapping this to each of those flow and see how the flow happens. So this flow helps me to bring in all those features and functionality and also prioritizing them. So can I say the beneficiary option would be the basic thing which consumer would give? I think initially, if I go back when actually net banking features were provided by the bank, the basic thing was just viewing the account. That was the given. Statement download was given. Otherwise, there was no opportunity to transfer money. There was no opportunity to do something beyond that. So now as we see today, the lot of flexibility has brought in with lot of new features, functionalities in that net banking or mobile banking options. So they evolve. So as they evolve, it is quite obvious we may require to keep adding those features, functionality by writing the user stories. This is how the enhancement happens. So overall, if you look at user story mapping helps in terms of understanding not just the user story of one transaction, associated transaction in the user story, what happens throughout the journey, that would help. So this will also support to understand and visualize what needs to be created to ultimately give that access to the user. So the end-to-end flow should be visualized, and also needs to be prioritization and has to be looked at as well. Now what are the advantages of user story mapping? So the advantages wise helps with prioritizing work, as I explained in an example. Similarly, the focus is on user value. The moment I click on web page www.abcbank.com, now the bank page will come. I will have an interface of login. I will go and click on login. Now from the point I open a browser and input that URL and then click on login, and login page comes in. How long it takes? So there are many things which is involved. The browser things are involved. The system from which the person is accessing is involved. So removing that part, so thinking that both of them are working well, and what should be the response from the server where this particular website is hosted. That experience needs to be looked at. So that's how you look at a user value in that transaction. Now once I put a credentials, now how quickly the authentication happens. What are the checks the bank portal does to ensure that the person who is logging in is a genuine user. Is it just a password? Is there any captcha codes? Is there any OTP sent, or is there any secret code the person has to put in? So likewise, many things are involved while giving that experience to the user. So and today's user, if you just put in various different checks points, they understand because they are well educated. So why all those things like captcha or OTP scenarios came in? So these are came in because more and more informed the people has become, then their ability to hack also improved. So more and more levels added to ensure that only that genuine user will enter the user account. Similarly, when you visualize any product and user journey in the user's interest, what are the things which is going to create value, that needs to be understood. So only that experience will help for the user to realize the benefit. Then roadblocks are highlighted. So as we visualize this journey, so this will tell me, so what would stop me to move forward? Is there any concerns? Is there any constraints? Like for example, if you want to activate a beneficiary, but for some limited period, you can only send the limited amount of money. Why is that done? By chance, if the beneficiary is added by that individual who is not a genuine user, so we are actually holding it, right? So by the time that freezing time, whatever is given, so by the time the message goes to the actual consumer, telling that there is a user activated like this, and if at all, if it is not a genuine user, obviously the person can call to the bank saying that this is not the beneficiary which I have added, there is something which is not correct. So they are giving that space. So how did they visualize this has to be done? So as we looked at the journey of adding a beneficiary, it's quite obvious when beneficiary is added, if by chance someone who is not authorized adds it. So who is going to disbenefit? Obviously user will be disbenefited. So that blocks, that constraints are visualized. Similarly, in making or creating that features functionality, what should be the basic features or in the product should be ready. Only then I can add this feature. Even that will be visible, right? So roadblocks will be highlighted and that those will be made visible so that easy for you to move forward, prioritizing and ensuring that it goes in the flow required to accomplish that value. So then ensuring team unity, because everyone will have a visualization, user stories and mapping reads a lot of discussion, brings the people to have a common understanding. So obviously that unity, the collaboration would come in. Focus on constant improvement. So improvement is the key, whatever you do. You have just adopted a waterfall methodology, you have just adopted an agile, You write user stories, you raise epics, you bring in that various different methods to do something, whatever you do, whether it is a product or a service or a process or a specific transactions, tasks, reports, whatever we make. So all that should help in terms of identifying the opportunities for improvement and making that improvements. That is very important.
Agile project management, as the name suggests, is a flexible approach to building a project. In Agile project management, the project is broken down into several stages or sprints. Agile does not work on the principle of delivering the final product at the end of the project. It works on delivering sections of a project or mini projects. The process of project management in the case of Agile is Agile based. So there won't be any central control of project manager as it was there in the traditional way of working. Before we move forward, let's have a look at the Agile development cycle. Agile methodologies consist of several small cycles or sprints. At the end of each stage, we get a mini project. There's a product backlog that explains new features, changes in the existing features, and several other improvements in the project. Then we have a sprint backlog, which has a list of tasks that are to be completed during each sprint. The sprint consists of planning, designing, execution, testing, and deployment stages. And at the end of each sprint, a mini project is delivered. With every sprint, new features are added to the product, which plays a significant role in the overall project growth. After all the sprints and early validation in the development, the final deliverable has a fewer chances of failure. Let's now have a look at some reasons why industries have started moving towards Agile project management. The first reason is high product quality. When we talk about high product quality, we refer to the build of the product as per stakeholders' demands. Testing is performed at short intervals of time wherever needed to ensure high quality of the product. Then another reason is customer satisfaction. Whatever is done in the project is known by the customer. The deliveries don't take longer durations as they used to take in the case of traditional ways. The changes may be provided by the customer in the execution phase of the project. Third reason is reduced risk. Since the project is divided into sprints, so if the risk affects one sprint, it doesn't mean whole of the project will be at risk. The process of risk analysis continues to take place with all the other processes. Another significant reason for Agile project management is better and faster return on investment. The project is now developed in several sprints and each sprint has its own version. Therefore, the project becomes market ready after a few sprints only. Since the projects can now be released with ease and in shorter duration, this helps the organization to stay ahead in competition with respect to other organizations which have still not moved to Agile methodology. Now we shall check the principles of Agile project management. There are 10 principles for successful Agile project management. The first principle is the satisfaction of the customer by delivering the project fast and with least number of errors. The next principle refers to decreasing the amount of time between the phase of planning and delivery. The third principle states that the team of managers and developers work together and increase the productivity of their work. The next principle states that the changes requested by the stakeholders can be taken into consideration and worked upon during the development phase as well. The fifth principle pays attention to the factor of coordination among the team members. Then the sixth principle refers to the process of monitoring and tracking the progress of the project at the end of each sprint and making amendments wherever needed. Moving on, the next principle states that there must be a feeling of trust and support towards the team to complete the project's objectives. The next principle emphasizes on face-to-face conversations with the development team. The face-to-face conversation helps in both solving problems and easy knowledge sharing. Then the ninth principle emphasizes on finding solutions and maximizing the amount of work done with simplicity. This ensures timely completion of tasks by all the team members. The last principle states that Scrum tools like Monday.com or Zoho Sprints must be used to simplify the complicated codes, which further helps in saving time.
Introduction to Agile Manifesto. The Agile Manifesto is a seminal document in the field of software development, created in 2001 by 17 software developers who sought to outline a more flexible and efficient approach to project management and development. It emphasizes individuals and interactions, working software, customer collaboration, and responding to change over traditional processes, documentation, contract negotiation, and plan following. This manifesto has since become the foundation for Agile methodologies, promoting a flexible, team-oriented approach that values adaptability and customer satisfaction above rigid adherence to plans. With the manifesto in mind, let's start exploring the 4 core values of Agile. The four core values of Agile focus on people and results rather than rigid processes. Individuals and interactions over processes and tools. Prioritizing teamwork and communication above strict adherence to tools and processes. Imagine a team deciding together how to solve a problem instead of just following a manual. It's like choosing a group discussion over filling out forms. Working software over comprehensive documentation. Valuing functional software that meets user needs over detailed paperwork. Think of it as cooking a meal that tastes good and serves its purpose, rather than writing a detailed recipe book before the meal is even made. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation, emphasizing ongoing engagement with customers rather than sticking strictly to initial agreements. It's like working with a home builder who listens and adapts to your changing needs during construction instead of sticking strictly to the original plan. Responding to change over following a plan, being open to change and adapting plans as needed instead of rigidly following a set path. Picture a road trip where you're open to taking a more scenic route based on new information rather than sticking to the fastest route Google Maps suggested initially. These values guide the Agile methodology towards flexibility, efficiency, and customer satisfaction. The 12 Principles of Agile Software Development. The 12 Principles of Agile Software Development, as outlined in the Agile Manifesto, advocate for customer satisfaction through early and continuous software delivery. Prioritizes getting a functional product to the customer as soon as possible, then updating it regularly. Example, a team releases a basic version of an app to meet initial user needs, then adds new features based on feedback. Welcoming changing requirements even late in development. It is time consuming to handle large and complicated work while managing project activities. Therefore, a better strategy is to break the task into manageable, sizable chunks. In addition, it would be simpler for the team members to see possible bottlenecks and deal with delays if the clients were always kept informed. For example, if users need a new feature because their needs have changed, the development team works to incorporate it, even if it wasn't in the original plan. Frequent delivery of working software. According to the Agile methodology, working software is frequently delivered in a shorter amount of time. Team members must consistently raise their performance standards as a result of this iterative process. For example, delivering updates every 2 weeks to continuously improve and adjust the software based on user input. Business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project. In order to ensure that the business and development sides of the project can communicate effectively and, more importantly, collaborate, a bridge between them must be built. To facilitate an intellectual exchange that both parties can agree on, make use of the same tools you would have used in managing remote teams. For example, regular meetings between the client and the team to discuss the project's direction and adapt as necessary. Build projects around motivated individuals. Give them the environment and support they need, and trust them to get the job done. The project manager must establish a supportive and stimulating environment where team members are free to express their ideas and make recommendations for enhancing the output of the group. This results in a massive improvement in their general performance, eventually aiding the project. For example, allowing a developer to choose their tools or method of working to solve the problem can lead to more innovative and effective solutions. The most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within a development team is face-to-face conversation. Efficient communication among the parties concerned is stressed strongly in the Agile Manifesto. Thanks to improvements in communication technologies, it's now simpler. Instead of having a quick conference in the office, all participants can now meet via video conferencing. For example, solving misunderstandings or clarifying requirements through direct discussion rather than through emails or reports. Working software is the primary measure of progress. Delivering a functional product that pleases the consumer is the single determinant that can guarantee success. Before Agile, numerous success metrics decreased the quality of the finished product. For example, a team focuses on delivering a basic but operational piece of software first, rather than ensuring every document is perfect. Agile processes promote sustainable development. The sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely. Burnout will occur if you work on a project for a long time. It's inevitable. Avoid placing too much of a workload on your employees. The value of your project will be affected. So, assemble the best team for the job that will work hard but refrain from overworking themselves and endangering the project's quality. For example, instead of pushing for long hours to meet an unrealistic deadline, the team sets a realistic timeline that allows for steady progress without overtime. Continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. Any agile team's main goal should be to provide value to the client. Therefore, a multi-skilled team that can manage all the project's technical components and offers the chance for continual improvement is crucial. For example, regularly refactoring code to improve its structure without changing its external behavior. Simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done, is essential. You should avoid adding extraneous complexity to a project if you want to complete it swiftly. You can accomplish this in various ways, including by using agile tools, which eliminate busy work and offer you more significant influence over all project related decisions. For example, developers decide not to add a feature that only a few users would use, keeping the system more straightforward and easier to maintain. The best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self organizing teams. Simply said, a self organized workforce with decision making autonomy would function better since each team member would be responsible for meeting client expectations rather than a lone project manager. For example, a team decides who will work on what tasks based on each member's strengths and current workload rather than having a manager assign tasks. At regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective, then tunes and adjusts its behavior accordingly. Agile techniques are constructed on the notion of iteration, where teams consistently enhance their game by learning from their previous wrongdoings. Project managers should inspire team meetings where everyone evaluates their work and discusses how to develop their management and technical skills. For example, at the end of each development cycle, the team needs to discuss what they can change to work more efficiently in the next cycle. With core values and principles in mind, let's have a look at implications of Agile values and principles. The implications of Agile values and principles revolve around fostering a culture of flexibility, collaboration, and continuous improvement. They lead to enhanced adaptability to change, allowing teams and businesses to respond swiftly to market shifts and customer needs. Increased customer satisfaction by prioritizing customer feedback and delivering value early and often. Improved product quality through iterative development and a focus on technical excellence. More efficient and motivated teams due to empowerment and a focus on individuals and interactions. These points underline how adopting Agile can transform organizational workflows and outcomes. Now, let's see some real world applications of Agile. Innovation in tech. Companies like Spotify utilize Agile to foster innovation, rapidly testing and deploying new features. Adapting to market changes. Netflix applies Agile principles to quickly adapt to user preferences and technological advancements, maintaining its market leader position. Banking sector agility. Banks have adopted Agile to improve their digital services, making customer transactions smoother and more secure. Healthcare efficiency. Agile methodologies help healthcare providers streamline operations and improve patient care through faster, more responsive services. Manufacturing flexibility. Even in manufacturing, Agile enables companies to respond swiftly to market demands and supply chain challenges. And there you have it, folks.
We shall now see the steps in Agile project management. The goal of Agile methodology is to produce shorter development life cycles and more frequent product releases than traditional waterfall project management. So we will now check 6 steps in Agile project methodology. The first step in the process is project planning. Project planning includes feasibility study, development of scope, breaking the project into executable tasks or sprints, and then estimating the amount of time needed to complete those sprints. The second step is the step of roadmap creation. A roadmap is a plan of action that shows how a project shall evolve over time. A list of all the features that the final product should have is created, and the steps to achieve those features are taken. The next important step is release planning. Since we are doing the project keeping in mind the Agile project methodology, the project will complete in sprints. That means there will be the release of features at the end of each cycle. And unlike the traditional waterfall model, the development cycles will be smaller. The fourth step in Agile project management is sprint planning. The sprints are made keeping in mind what all is to be accomplished in that particular step. At the beginning of each sprint, the goal of that sprint is decided and steps to achieve that goal are taken. The next step in the process emphasizes on daily meetings. There are short meetings every day to discuss if the team was able to finish the task for each sprint and check if there are any amendments that are required. Each team member talks about what they achieved in the last sprint and what are they going to work on in the next sprint. The last step is the step of sprint review and retrospective. There are 2 meetings after each sprint. First meeting is for the sprint review. This meeting is with the stakeholders to show them the finished product. This helps both sides to build a relationship and discuss if there are any issues in the end product. The second meeting is for having a sprint retrospective. This meeting involves the stakeholders to discuss what went well and what went wrong during the sprint. Sprint retrospective takes place after the sprint review and before the next sprint planning. Now when we know the steps needed for Agile project methodology, we must understand some Agile project management frameworks. There are several frameworks available today. Here, we will be discussing some of the most popular frameworks. The first framework we will discuss is the Kanban framework. Kanban framework is a well-known framework for implementing Agile software development. In the case of Kanban framework, work items are represented on the Kanban board, which helps all the team members to see the state of every piece of work at any time. Kanban board not only helps in visualizing the work, but also optimizing the workflow among the team. The next framework we will discuss today is the Scrum framework. Scrum framework is a popular framework for managing complex knowledge work like in the field of research and advanced technologies. Scrum is a simple framework that helps teams work together and learn through their experiences gained while working on a problem. The third framework we will see today is the hybrid framework. The hybrid framework is a combination of Agile methodology and non-Agile methodology. In the case of a hybrid framework, planning is done using the traditional way of project management, while the execution and delivery is done using the Agile methodology. Since the hybrid is a combination of the two, it handles the requirement changes and delivers the product in different stages. The fourth and the last framework we will see is the Lean framework. The Lean framework works on the principle of providing maximum customer value and creating zero waste. It focuses on optimizing the flow of products all through the value stream. This helps in eliminating waste all through the process and create processes that requires less human efforts. This also simplifies the process of information management and makes it more accurate. Finally, let's have a look at some companies that have opted for Agile project management. Today, around 22% of the organizations worldwide have all their teams working on the principle of Agile project methodology.
Did you know that IDC has confirmed 30 to 35% of IT projects still fail? The major reason behind the failure of software development projects is due to poor communication, poor management by senior authorities, employee resistance, and insufficient funding. To avoid these problems, businesses prefer customer-centric innovation techniques such as design thinking and agile methodology. These concepts have similar techniques such as gathering user feedback, following an iterative approach of the model that results in a better idea. With such benefits, designers avoid errors and result in faster and reliable output. However, these two concepts are not interchangeable. Hi, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Today we'll be discussing the design thinking and agile development. Let us see how these two techniques can be implemented together. Now, without further ado, let's get started with the tutorial Design Thinking and Agile. Today we will be looking at what is design thinking, what is agile, design thinking explained, design thinking and agile. So the first topic. What is design thinking? Design thinking is extremely helpful in solving problems that are ill-defined or unknown. It is an iterative method that helps resolve user issues or redefines problems with the best solutions. Next, let us understand what is Agile. Agile is a set of methods and practices that focuses on iterative development. Also, requirements and solutions are obtained due to self-organizing cross-functional teams collaborating.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Moving further, let us understand what is design thinking in detail. Design thinking requires designers to step into their customers' shoes and try to find a solution to their problem with empathy. The process also helps resolve user issues by redefining problems and providing the best solutions. Design thinking covers 5 stages. They are empathy, define, ideate, prototype, and testing. Let's talk about empathy first. The initial step to follow in the design thinking process is to pay attention to the client's requirements. A designer or its team should consider the user requirements. In short, they should step into their shoes and try to find the solution to their problem in the best way possible. Without the empathy stage, the design process lacks all important user-centric quality which helps a designer reach the success stage rather than failing. Next comes the define stage. The define stage will encourage the team to gather useful techniques in order to solve challenges with the least difficulty. An individual will start to progress to the third stage, that is, the ideate stage, by asking relevant questions to encourage the person to develop ideas and solutions. Next is the ideate stage. This phase gives priority to creativity and ideation. In this stage, the designers will be performing ideation sessions and searching for new ideas. In simple words, the phase focuses on creative and curious activities such as brainstorming activity. Next is the prototype stage. In this phase, we can experiment and modify the errors found in the product. This phase is a mini version of the product. It validates solutions and tries to resolve obstacles. This stage has 2 prototypes. One is low fidelity and the other one is medium fidelity. Finally comes testing. This stage gives importance to user feedback based on the prototypes we have created. Basically, in this stage, the user's feedback on the prototype stage is considered and improvements are made. That was all about the 5 stages in design thinking process. Moving forward, let us see how design thinking and Agile can be implemented together. While design thinking and Agile are applied separately, the 2 strategies can be implemented together as well. A majority of IT companies have begun to utilize Agile in conjunction with design thinking, whereas Agile methodology is a practice of solving problems and design thinking is an approach to find user problems. For teams looking to leverage Agile and design thinking for the first time, here are a few recommendations to focus on. Let us see the first topic. Begin at a small level. It means focus on high value, low risk opportunities in order to earn better solutions using design thinking and Agile together. Then, with better results, take on more challenging initiatives. Next is invest in your research. It means ensure the entire design team understand the end user. Suppose there are any existing data, start by testing some ideas. Start the design thinking process by building a map of the user's journey. As a result, it encourages team members to focus on empathize phase and discover new solutions. Next, focus on a clearly defined problem statement with sprint. Start design thinking in sprint 0. Encourage the entire team to understand the problem statement and build a useful design framework. Then, build a production team culture. Form a core design and development team. Teams such as decision makers, UX researcher, designer, visual designer, Scrum Master, developers, and quality analysts. Do not exceed the team to more than 10 members and make sure every professional has an equal say. Create an environment that supports collaboration across departments, like a successful design solution. Next is optimal use of design thinking. Use design thinking during the first stage of project development and then apply it whenever an important feature has to be developed. Next comes design patterns and maintain a good user experience. This stage helps in minimizing design and development time. Design patterns work as building blocks encouraging team members to remove lower level design decisions. The patterns created should be accepted by the entire team and should be easily implemented. Finally comes periodic testing. Based on the characteristics of the project, set up a testing schedule. The time can be scheduled once in 4 days or once during the sprint. Test simple prototypes to eliminate errors and understand the viability of ideas during the early stages. Test the working software and evaluate the result for a better output.
So, are you interested in becoming an Agile Scrum professional? Here we have Certified Scrum Master CSM certification training course. So, hurry up and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box.
So this would help the people who actually needs to know some important details about Agile and associated details, so that can help them to understand the Agile and Agile methodologies, the tools related to Agile better. So explain Agile in brief. If this is the question, what would be the typical answer? So the term Agile refers to ability to move quickly and easily by becoming more flexible and adaptable. So most of the times I've seen people say, whenever I ask the question, what is Agile? They say Agile is a methodology. The term Agile itself is not a methodology. It actually refers to this flexibility, adaptability. So all those methodologies which are there defined for Agile, for example, Scrum, so they have an approach towards to become Agile and do the projects in an Agile way. So this requires adoption and adoption of continual changing scenarios in modern dynamic business environment, which means the flexibility and adaptability is required because of the changing business environment, the dynamics. To quickly adopt to that change, to become flexible, agile approaches are required. It is very essential for organization to become agile for their sustenance and growth. There are various agile methods and practices that focuses on iterative development. Typically, any agile methodologies follows iterative approaches. Requirements and solutions are obtained through self-organizing, cross-functional teams collaborating. So collaboration is very important. Any of the agile methodologies we come across, we speak about cross-functional, self-organizing teams. So this is the basic details one should know when they hear the term agile. So question number 2, explain the difference between a traditional waterfall model and agile testing. So when we say agile and waterfall, it has two different dynamics altogether. So agile model is a continuous iteration lifecycle model for developing and testing software, whereas waterfall is linear sequential lifecycle model for developing and testing the software. So similarly, the rigidity. So agile methodologies is flexible way of building a software which provides a lot of flexibility. Whenever there is a change, adopting to the change will become very easy, adapting and adopting for the change scenario. Whereas in waterfall methodology, it is a bit difficult, it is rigid, because it is very much structured. Any changes which comes in, adopting that and changing things to according to the change dynamics requires changing many things, which makes it very tedious and rigid. So thirdly, collaboration. So agile model is highly collaborative. That's what it approach considers mainly towards software development, where involvement of all the members like customers, maybe the team members, the project managers. So their active involvement is very much required so that things can be handled better. So whereas waterfall model generally don't insist on that. So it is least flexible and follows sequence of steps which are predefined, and that doesn't allow the team to collaborate. Even the collaboration happens, it will have a limitation because everything is defined and one has to follow it and comply to it. There is no opportunity or options to change anything so easily when it comes to waterfall model. Then processes. The entire process of development is divided into iterations which are of short period, so that in each of these iterations the working piece of that product will come out. So in waterfall approach, the software development process is broken down into several phases, sequential phases, linear phases. So things which has to be delivered in each of the phases are very well defined, and accordingly it happens. So changes may be made even after the initial planning is completed. In agile approaches or in agile, whenever whoever follow agile, it is easy to adopt to that change scenario. Whereas in waterfall approaches, development requirements cannot be changed once the project development begins. It will become difficult because everything is defined in a comprehensive way, detailed, so that small changes may impact other parts of the products or descriptions which is defined. So software development is a collection of many different projects which can happen in agile, whereas waterfall software development is completed as a single project or deliverable. So testing is performed in same iterations as programming or building. So within that iteration, since we build the working product, all the testing will be done within that, so that one would be fully informed about that product which is being developed in the iterations, so that users can give the feedback quickly. Whereas testing phase is separate in waterfall approaches, but however testing can be built in parallel in waterfall also if it is planned that way, but still it does not give that flexibility as it is there in the agile, because the product will not be available to the users to give their feedback, so that necessary corrections cannot be made. So whatever testing reveals in waterfall methodologies, the corrections will be done by the team limiting to their understanding, whereas in agile, since users are very closely involved, working model is ready, so the feedback is straight from the users in their perspective, so that corrections can be made, and ultimate product will be very much useful to the people who are going to use that product ultimately. So question number 3, what are some important parts of agile process? So here are some of the important principles that need to be followed to make a process of agile. So one is customer satisfaction. So very much important. One has to ensure customer is satisfied. Customer sees the product, gives the feedback, they uses it, gives the feedback, necessary corrections are made in time, so that quick delivery of the product can be made according to the requirement of the customers, which would result in high customer satisfaction. Then changing needs. So agile welcome changes. So any changing needs will be addressed even late in the development processes, in the entire life cycle of the project, wherever the change comes in. Taking that changes, making that necessary changes will be easier when it comes to agile. Delivery frequently. So ensuring software is delivered frequently, focusing on shorter time scales, which is very well understood. The full clarity of the product and the working piece of the product will come out of the iterations. So as I mentioned earlier as well, quick feedback from the users will also obtain, so that products which are delivered will be as per the customer requirement. So agile approaches helps that way. Work together. So Agile Manifesto emphasizes on working together, collaboration, so that each one of them contributes. So developers and business individuals has to work together through the course of the project, so that necessary outcome can be created. So motivated team. So projects need to be built around motivated individuals, and they must be trusted to get the job done. So as I mentioned in the previous point, collaboration is very important. So we cannot ignore team as well, who is actually actively involved in creation of those products. So they should be motivated, and their active involvement is very much required. Face-to-face conversation is most efficient means of communication. So since the agile methodologies, whatever is defined, actually emphasizes on having the face-to-face conversation, collaborating better, uh, contributing proactively, and involvement proactively is very essential. So conversation, communication plays a very important role. So working software is a primary measure of progress, which will be delivered in each of the iterations, so that users can give the necessary feedbacks. So constant pace, agile process promotes sustainable development, because all the products which are being developed, used, feedback obtained are in real time. So people actually know what is being produced and what is that they can expect as it progresses. So clarity is also one of the things, and that pace has to be maintained, and agile approaches helps to accomplish it. So good design, agility can be improved by focusing on technical excellence and good design. As you progress, as the changes comes in, as you adapt and adopt, so since it has the flexibility, technically as well as process wise, as well as any of the configuration wise, it is easy to do the necessary changes and have the design which is required to accomplish the ultimate results. Simplicity, the amount of work that's not being done needs to be minimized. So we say simplicity is the ultimate sophistication, means what is that required to be done, consider only that, not anything else above or below that. So whatever we may require to do, focusing on that, the minimum thing what need to be done will be done and has to be done when one follows agile approach. Self-organized, the team is self-organized. So self-organized teams provides best architectures, requirements and design, because they having various different capabilities come together, contribute together with their capability, with a different capability, multi-skilled, as well will be present in the self-organized team. Reflect and adjust. Effectiveness can be improved by the team regularly reflecting on it, because as I mentioned earlier, in every iterations there are feedback obtained. Testing is being done in each of the iterations as it progresses. So this will help us in terms of providing the insight towards how is it progressing. So that will help in quickly doing the necessary corrections which are required to be done. So next, question number 4, explain iterative and incremental development in Agile. So incremental development, when we say, the process is divided into many small workable increments, so which can be done one after the other. Each successive increment builds on the top of the work done in the previous increments. Over time, functionalities are added based on what was already created. So iterative development involves the development of system by following repeated cycles or iterations. Based on the results from the most recent iterations of the process, changes are made. This helps the project evolve over time. So the term evolve is the one which one should keep in mind. It is not that I'm just going, that is my destination. Yes, definitely that is a destination. While progressing, there are a lot of variations which happens. Those variations has to be considered, and accordingly the necessary deviations or corrections, adjustments has to be made, and things to be progressed further, which is very important. Because of this iterative approach, it helps to become adaptable and flexible to adjust to these varying conditions. So that's where project should evolve. It cannot go in a straight line. It has to evolve based on the variations while progressing towards the destination or the results what we are supposed to accomplish. So Agile, definitely iterative plus incremental. So Agile involves consideration and creation of working product in an iterations, which is part of the overall final product. So the consolidation of all the products which are produced in each of the iterations will become part of the ultimate results, ultimate product. Each iteration is an enhanced working increment of the final product. This process continues until all the product's functionalities are satisfied. So organizations and user can use and experience the product and provide feedback that can be incorporated into next iterations. So each iterations, when the working product is produced, those things are used by the users, experience, they will look at the features and functionality, and based on the requirement what they're supposed to fulfill, they may also give the feedback for necessary corrections, or they add new requirement to it, because the minimum requirements what is being fulfilled by this product, maybe some requirements which are not expressed earlier, there is an opportunity to express at this point in time, to state we can involve some of the features of this kind in the next iteration, so that we can able to make this product better. So such a conversation, the incremental iterative approach helps or allows or provides that opportunity to express. So causing product roadmaps to be built, produced, tested and confirmed before the next iterations. So that's where before we move to next iterations, there will be better clarity in terms of what is produced, what we are supposed to produce further, and what is that modification we are supposed to do, so that product can ultimately fulfill the requirements. So question number 5, what are the different types of agile methodologies? So there are various kinds of agile methodologies. Some of them are briefed here. So let us go through them one by one. Extreme programming. So it is a framework that enables team to create high quality software and improves their quality of life. It enables software development with appropriate engineering practices. So next is Kanban. This method is used to design, manage and improve the flow of systems. Organizations can visualize their flow of work, limiting their work in progress. So basically Kanban comes from the Toyota system. So here when we use the term workflow, the work in progress, so this will help in terms of monitoring what is happening, what work is in progress, what work is completed, and it uses a visualized system, so one can see it, what is happening. So it also enables the individuals who are doing it to know what is that pending against them, and they can pick it up, pull it up and then complete it. Lean is a set of tools and principles that aims to identify and remove waste. To increase the speed of process development, it focuses on maximizing value to the client, ensuring waste is minimized. So lean principles, lean approaches says the flow. In a flow, if there is any bottleneck, that needs to be removed. So this bottleneck would limit the flow and that would add towards the waste. So identification of the waste, the the reason for that creation of the waste or who is the contributor of the waste, and eliminating those causes and moving forward. This will help in smoothening the flow, at the same time improving the system for better outcome. So that's where lean has become popular and well acknowledged. So Scrum is a framework that is used by teams to establish a hypothesis, try it out, reflect on experience and adjustments. It is used to enable teams to incorporate practices from other frameworks depending on the team's requirement. So that's about Scrum. Scrum is a bit popular and it is mostly used for smaller projects. The bigger the project, more complex, I think Scrum would not help. But Scrum is very popular in software development organizations. So where it has a simple 5 events, 3 roles, and 3 artifacts. So it helps to adopt and adapt to the changing conditions, and it has become a proven practice. Now, Crystal is an approach to software development that focuses on people and their interactions rather than tools and processes. It is aimed to streamline processes and improve optimization. It works on principle that projects are unique and dynamic. So next question, what are the principles of agile testing? So testing continuously to ensure the product improves continuously. So as we know, when we progress, when we adopt, when we follow agile approaches, there is a reason, because we should be able to respond to that changes quickly. We should be able to understand what is going right, what is not quickly, and do the necessary correction then and there itself. So testing continuously become very important, because as we develop, as we test, we can reveal any of the issues, any of the defects in the product what we develop, so that it reveals. So obtain feedback continuously to ensure the product meets business requirements. So looking at the performance, does this features functionality of the product is helpful to accomplish that business requirement? So this feedback comes from the customers and users when we produce that working piece of the product. So all team roles, testing, development, etc., need to be involved in testing process. So one cannot work in isolation. There should be very good collaboration. People from various different teams working together, complementing to each other, very essential to become agile. So the active involvement of business teams and representatives can provide quick feedback for each iterations. So clean and simplified code ensures it is defect-free during iterations. The documentation created must be limited into a particular iterations. So when we speak about waterfall approach, the documentation will be very comprehensive for the entire project. But the moment we speak about agile, the documentation will get limited to what is being produced in the iterations, which is very important. So what is being produced in iterations, and that is based on the actually what is produced. Something I planned in for the iterations, some changes happens, we developed it, created it, there is a feedback which is coming up. Documentation is limited to that. So corrections which can be made to the documentation will be easier and quicker. So along with development and implementation, testing is done to ensure the product is defect free. Continuous involvement of users ensures the final product matches their requirement, which is ultimate need. So question number 7, what are some agile metrics that need to be focused on? So some of the popular metrics which are used are measuring burn down of deliverables, which is usually represented using burn down charts. Similarly, we have burn up chart also, where as we complete the task, the height of the bar keeps increasing in burn up charts. But most popular is burn down, so that what is to be delivered will be easily visible. So the velocity, lead time, cycle time, code quality, code covered in unit test, deployment success rate, net promote score. So these are the basic metrics which are really needed when we are speaking about the velocity and speed. At the same time, how quickly we are able to produce what is supposed to be done and planned. Are we going accordingly or not? So this will help in terms of making our job as per the need. So metrics has to be selected very carefully. So metrics is not just a number. It should have an interpretation, and that interpretation should actually complement to the business needs and requirements. So metrics should have a clear description of what is this measurement is all about and what is that we're going to understand from that measuring that metrics. So next is what is Kanban? So Kanban system is visual system which helps better management of work as work moves through processes. So it visualizes and provides visibility into the process, workflows and works passing through the processes. So when you say it is a visual system, so there will be board or a display system where each of the tasks which needs to be accomplished are displayed there, and the person who is supposed to complete it and what is the status of it. So people would look at it, pull the work and complete it. So since people pull that work, it is also called as pull system. So because the new works are pulled in, taken up from the list for execution and move them from in progress status to done. So Kanban, since it is a visual system, it also makes people more conscious about what is pending against them, what work is pulled, that is also visible. So there is no reason for anyone to say that I did not do this because of XYZ reasons. Since it is visible, it is my job. Since I pulled that task, it is my job, my ownership to complete it. It becomes like that. So that discipline comes into place. So tracking the work will also become easier as the workflow is clearly visible and put on the display board. Modern organization can also use the digital display systems. We're seeing this more adoption in many organizations today because the value of using it, the contribution of it is seen by organization and Kanban playing its roles in the organization, and it's very essential to have this practice. So the goal is identification of constraints, that is potential bottleneck in the process, and ensure they are addressed. This ensures that the workflow becomes smoother and more efficient. I think I mentioned the reasons. Question number 9. What are some popular agile tools? So some of the tools which we keep hearing today, whenever people say we do agile, is some of these are listed here like GitHub, Jira Software, Trello, Zoho, Yodix, Verizon One, and many more. I think before we choose a tool, it is very important for anyone to understand what is that they require first and what tool can help them in terms of accomplishing it. So it requires a lot of analysis, assessment on the tools and the comparison with what is being done in the organization and how this tool would suit that organization's requirement is very essential. So tool is not first, the requirements, the need analysis, and then what tools best suit the environment. That is the step. Only then selecting the tool makes sense. However, studying the tools and comparing the tools and the features functionality will also help defining what needs to be there in place in the organization when they become agile or adopt certain practices. What are the obstacles to the agile process? So some of the obstacles that one could face are not having the appropriate or sufficient tools and technologies. So it is quite obvious organizations struggle not having the right tools and technologies. As I mentioned earlier, it is very important to understand what is our need first and what tools suits best. At the same time, I also mentioned study the tools and technologies and what do they offer and what do we have. Do we really need that additional things, the gap, whatever we find? Do we really need those in our environment? Is that dynamics? Is there in our environment? That needs to be understood. The lack of active involvement from the customer. So when we say agile, involvement of all the stakeholders are very important because the changing needs comes from users and customers. Whenever the iterations complete, working piece is delivered, if customer doesn't respond or explain or provide the feedback, then moving towards the next iterations will become difficult. It is very essential, the active involvement of the stakeholders, and very important stakeholders is users and customers. The team members lacking in skills and capability. So one has to ensure the team members are groomed with the right capability, and that should be evaluated on a continual basis so that organization can handle things in an agile way and contribute towards the projects what is being done and become agile. Some of the obstacles, Further, if you can look at is the inability to design system based on unseen requirements. So this unseen requirement is very dynamic. So when they will crop up, we will not know. But however, the systems what we designed should able to provide that opportunity. Whenever such variations happens, you can able to easily adopt or involve or take that particular new requirement and plug in. So otherwise, one cannot become so rigid. There should be flexibility. Adapting the agile culture to the organization. So culture plays a very important role. So a lot of resistance would come across to adopt the new way of doing things. People may not appreciate the agile way of doing things. So it requires a lot of effort, motivation, and making people to understand why the organization has taken up the task to make it agile, and building a culture where people would think in agile way and contribute to the organization. Question number 11, differentiate between agile and scrum. So the term agile, as I mentioned earlier, refers to ability to move quickly and easily by becoming more flexible and adaptable. Whereas Scrum is an agile methodology which enables organization so organization can become agile. So Agile Manifesto and 12 Principles acts as guidelines to become agile, whereas Scrum is used in the projects where requirements are constantly changing, aligning to Agile Manifesto and 12 Principles. They should follow what is told in Manifesto and Principles. So Agile Manifesto mentions about the required collaboration interactions to become agile, whereas Scrum defines the roles, the Scrum Master, the product owner, and cross-functional self-organizing teams who are involved in making the project, delivering the project in agile way. So Agile Manifesto also mentions about the required focus on working software and focus on change, whereas a Scrum approach enables teams to react to changes quickly. So means how to become flexible. What is that we need to consider to become flexible is defined in Manifesto, means stressed on it, whereas Scrum follows with that approach, one can become easily flexible. So delivery, the Manifesto provides necessary guidelines on frequent delivery of software. So where Scrum with the sprints, it builds are delivered to users regularly and upheld agile principles. So collaboration, Agile Manifesto stresses upon individuals' interactions and customer collaboration. So Scrum does it through various events like daily stand-up meeting and other Scrum events like sprint meeting, sprint retrospective, whereas people are sitting and discussing about writing a user story, the epics, or selecting the product from the product backlog to the sprint backlog. So various events which happens in Scrum demonstrating that point which is stressed in Agile Manifesto about individuals' interactions and customer collaboration are demonstrated with various different events in Scrum methodology. So next question, what are some popular Agile certifications? So some of the popular Agile certifications are PMI ACP certification, which is offered by PMI US, Scrum Master certification, then Certified Scrum Master, Prince 2 Agile certification, then Scrum Product Owner certification. So next we will move to scenario-based questions. So before we go and answer the scenario-based questions, let us look at the scenario. What the scenario says. The manager X was having the discussion with the team about the upcoming event. The event was scheduled to conduct an online marketing campaign to increase the sales. Due to increased competition and rapidly changing customer behaviors, the campaign is very crucial and organization has decided to do it more often. This is done through the online platform. The organization has the requirement of integration with the organization's website with all the features and functionalities. The various roles involved in the marketing campaign are marketing manager, marketing team, campaign coordinators, creators of content and brochures for campaign, and the participants of the campaign. All of these roles should have access to platform through registration so that they can have the required access and make the marketing campaign successful. Besides, marketing manager has told the reports needs to be generated which depicts the number of campaigns conducted, responses, registrations, conversations, etc. So this scenario is speaking about the marketing challenges or problems what organization has, and through that problem statement, they wanted to ensure to the marketing campaign, and also they want to have an online platform to ensure to make this marketing campaign successful, and also speaks about the various different roles involved in this. So let us look at what are the typical questions which would come across in such scenarios. So first question says, can you write a user story from the perspective of marketing manager and participant? So firstly, we need to understand what is this user story is all about. So in the perspective of marketing manager is something anyway, we will look at it, what it is. But user story is the one which depicts the requirements, assuming the role. As a specific role, I need to do this, I want to have this. It gives it an explanation so that one can easily understand about that requirement, what need of consumers or what need of business this particular features functionality is going to fulfill. So let us see what is that user story relating to marketing manager and participants. So yes, why not? Here are a few examples. Marketing manager user story says, as a marketing manager, I need to assign the activities tasks to the team members. So now whenever we develop that platform, there should be an access to marketing manager, and marketing manager can able to assign the activities to the team members. So what feature that particular platform should have has to be defined and designed accordingly. And this is the requirement. The participant perspective, as a participant, I need to register for the campaign. So now there should be a registration page, obviously. And then whatever the process needs to be followed to create that registration for the participant, that needs to be made. And this simple user story helps into visualize what features functionality has to be there when we go and create that product and services. So this will help understanding the requirement thoroughly and creating the designing the features accordingly and visualizing the flow as well. So next question, is agile the best approach to make a marketing campaign and why? So now a question arises, when we do marketing campaign, why should I follow agile? Why not I do just like that? Why do we need agile? What is that essential need? Because already I mentioned the need of agility requires, I mean, whenever there is an adaptability, whenever there is dynamics of changes, whenever I want to become someone who can able to become competitive, because competition is also responding to the dynamics of the market quickly, I should be there in that business. So obviously, does this question make sense? Can this marketing campaign can be done in the agile way? So obviously yes, because the agile approach is the best way to go with for marketing campaign. Reason being the rapidly changing behaviors of the consumers, which has to be understood and detail should be put in their perspective, and accordingly the features has to be provided. So always in the consumer perspective, customer perspective. Secondly, with increased competition, the organization has to consider the unique differentiator to sustain and grow. There should be uniqueness. That needs to be understood. And that requires exercising continuously and creating the products accordingly. So this marketing campaign would help to understand that. So next question, what are the typical product backlog items? So for this, what could be the typical backlog items? Means the list of user stories, list of epics, which can help in terms of defining the features and functionality. The typical backlog items may include the features like registration page, login page, campaign contents, platform to conduct campaign, assess requirements. So likewise we can keep writing. So user stories helps us to list what is that we may require to develop in this product. So this requires a lot of collaboration and discussion. Only then I think that will become more visible. Next question is, what are the some considerations made while selecting the items for product backlog? While selecting the backlog item to each iterations from the product backlog, the backlog item has to be prioritized. Definition of done for those items to be selected, value delivered, improvement considerations, etc. has to be made. So prioritization is very, very important. What features functionality I should develop first, and how it makes sense to my business, how users will be helped, how customer will get benefited. So these will help in terms of having those features functionality developed in such an order where for that moment that features and functionality are available. We're not just jumping into everything and doing it one by one in a order. in a prioritized list. So it is very essential to prioritize, defining the definition of done and selecting the items accordingly, and then what value it delivers, understanding that and improving. Next question is the involvement of marketing manager required during the project and why? It's quite obvious. Marketing manager involvement is very essential because it is a marketing campaign. Yes, the involvement of marketing manager is very important and crucial, and it is the role who will have the full visibility into the requirements to be fulfilled and on-ground realities. Besides, one cannot become agile without the active involvement and collaboration of customer users with agile teams.
So, without any delay, let's get started with the Scrum Master interview questions along with the answers. So, the first question is, what is Scrum? And here is the answer. Scrum is an agile framework that can help teams work together. Scrum can enable teams to learn from experiences, self-organize while working on problems, to reflect on their victories and failures, to make improvements, and much more. It is basically a starter question to keep the interview going. Now moving on to the second one is differentiate between Agile and Scrum. So they are basically asking you to differentiate between Agile and Scrum. So you need to provide them the differences. And here you go. Agile. Agile is a set of principles that's iterative and incremental in nature, whereas Scrum, it is an implementation of the Agile methodology itself. Agile, it is suited for the projects involving a small team of experts, and Scrum, it is used in teams that need to handle constant changing requirements. Under Agile, again, the project head takes care of all the tasks and is vital to the project. And here in the Scrum, there is no leader basically. The issues are handled by the Scrum Master and the team. Then again under Agile, we have changes cannot be handled frequently. And in Scrum, the teams can react to changes quickly. And in Agile again, lastly we have it requires frequent delivery to the end user. And in the Scrum, sprints provide the workable builds of the final product to the user for feedback. Now, moving on, we have define the various roles of Scrum. And here is the answer. There are basically three roles: the product owner, the Scrum Master, and the Scrum team. So what do you mean by product owner? The product owner is an individual who is responsible for increasing the ROI by determining the product features, prioritizing these features into a list, what needs to be focused on the upcoming sprint, and much more. These are the constantly reprioritized and refined. Coming to the Scrum Master, this individual helps the team in learning to apply Scrum to ensure the optimum business value. The Scrum Master removes impediments, shields the team from distractions, and it enables them to adopt the agile practices. Then again, coming to Scrum team, they are the collection of individuals who work together to ensure that the requirements of the stakeholders are delivered. Now moving on, we have what are the artifacts of the Scrum process? So here you go with the answer. So there are basically three artifacts: the product backlog, the sprint backlog, and the product increment. The product backlog is a list that consists of the new features, changes to features, bug fixes, changes to the infrastructure, and other activities. Coming to the sprint backlog, it is a subset of the product backlog that contains the tasks focused on by the team to satisfy the sprint goal. Coming to product increment, it is a combination of all the product backlog items completed in a sprint and value of the previous sprint's increments. And like this, you can frame your answer. Now moving on, we have how are the product and the sprint backlog different from each other? And here is a list of differences. Now differentiating them on the based of definition. The product backlog is a list of items that need to be completed for developing the product. And the sprint backlog, it is again a list of items to be completed during a specific sprint. Now coming to the sources. Then product backlog is collected from the customer by the product owner himself and assigned to the team. The sprint backlog is collected from the product owner by the team for a specific sprint. Now differentiating them on the basis of scope, goal, time frame, and ownership. Now moving on to the next question is, who is a Scrum Master and what does he or she do? And here is the answer. A Scrum Master is someone who promotes and supports the usage of Scrum within the team. He or she understands the theory, practices, rules, and the values of the Scrum. He or she even ensures that the team follows the values, principles, and the practices of the Scrum. They remove any distractions and impediments that hamper the progress of the report. The Scrum Master ensures that the team delivers value during the sprint. Now moving on to the next question is, what happens in the daily stand-up sessions? And here is the answer. The stand-up sessions are basically the daily discussions that take place and are usually 15 minutes long. So, it helps us understand what tasks went well, what tasks were completed before, and what tasks are pending, and the obstacles the team is facing in delivering the product on time. So, the meeting basically helps in understanding the overall scope and the status of the project. Now, moving on to the next question, we have, what is Scrum Ban? And here is the answer. Scrum Ban is basically a hybrid of Scrum and Kanban designed to suit the team's needs. It reduces the work batching and uses a pull-based system for task management. It combines Scrum's structured approach with Kanban's flexibility and visual workflow, offering the best of both the worlds. Now moving on, we have what are Sprint 0 and Spike? And here is the answer. Sprint 0 refers to the small amount of effort put in to create a rough skeleton of the product backlog. So it includes insights towards estimating the release of the products. So the question may arise why it is required. So you can tell it is helping in creating the project skeleton along with the research spikes. It helps in keeping the minimal design, developing some stories completely from scratch, having low velocity and being lightweight. So our second question was, what is Spike? So Spike is a set of activities that involve the extreme programming for research, design, investigation, creating POCs, etc. Now, you can frame your answer like this. And now, moving on to the next question, we have, what is Scrum of Scrums? And here is the answer. It is a terminology used for the scaled agile technologies, which is required to control and collaborate with multiple Scrum teams. It is best used in situations where teams are collaborating on complex assignments. You can also include it is also used to ensure that the required transparency, collaboration, adaptation, and adoption are established and to ensure that the products are deployed and delivered on a particular time. Now moving on. The next question is, what is user story mapping? It is now again a very important question and is common too. And how you will frame your answer is as follows. User story mapping represents and arranges the user stories that help with understanding the system functionalities, system backlog, planning releases, and providing value to the customers. They arrange basically the user stories based on their priority on the horizontal axis. And on the vertical axis, they are represented based on the increasing level of sophistication. Now, moving on, we have what happens in the sprint retrospective. And here is the answer. The sprint retrospective takes place after the sprint review. It is basically a phase. So during this meeting, past mistakes, the potential issues, and new methods to handle them are discussed. This data is incorporated into the planning of a new sprint. Now moving on is what is empirical process control in Scrum? And here you go. So empiricism refers to the work that's based on facts, experiences, evidences, observations, and experimentation. It is established and followed in Scrum to ensure the project progress, and interpretation is based on facts of observations. It relies on transparency, observation, and adaptation. So the mindset of the team and the shift in thought process and the culture are essential to achieve the agility required by the organization. Now, moving on, we have what are some drawbacks of using Scrum? You can also put what are the disadvantages of using Scrum? So, we'll move on and see. Scrum requires individuals with experience. Our team needs to be collaborative and committed to the ensuring results on time. Tasks need to be very well defined. It works better for the smaller projects and is difficult to scale to larger, more complex projects. So now, moving on, we have the next question is, what are the key skills of a Scrum Master? So it can also be portrayed as what are the necessary skills of a Scrum Master? So here you can frame your answer like the necessary skills of a Scrum Master are he or she needs a strong understanding of Scrum and Agile concepts. He should have a fine-tuned organizational skills, should have a familiarity with the technology used by the team. Then he or she should be able to coach and teach the team to follow the Scrum practices, having the ability to handle conflicts and resolve them quickly. And the most important one is to be a servant leader. Now moving on to the next question we have, how can discord be dealt with within the Scrum team? And here you go for the answer. So the issue's root cause needs to be identified and addressed. And this is the first and the most important step. Now moving on, we have the complete ownership needs to be established. Try to diffuse the disagreement. Emphasize on focus areas that complement the project. A common understanding needs to be established to guide the team, basically. So performing continuous monitoring and providing the complete visibility is also very necessary. So now moving on, we have the next question is, what is a user story? So again, a very important but a simple question. And here, how you can frame your answer. So your user story is an agile software development or a project management tool that provides the teams with simple natural language explanations of one or more project features written from the end user's perspective. So the user story doesn't go into detail but only mentions how certain types of work will bring value to the end user. So they also form the building block of agile frameworks like epics and other initiatives. They even ensure that the team works towards the goals of the organization. The requirements to make a user story a reality are added later after the discussion with the team. So they are recorded on post-it notes, index cards, or the project management software itself. So now moving on to the next question is, how are user stories, epics, and the tasks different? So they are basically asking what is the difference among these three: user stories, epics, and tasks. And here, how you can frame your answer. So user stories. So they provide the team with simple explanations of the business requirements required from the end user's perspective. And about epics, it is a collection of the related user stories. They are usually large and complex. And what about tasks? So tasks are used to break down the user stories further. So they are the smallest unit in Scrum that is used to track work. A person or a team of 2 people usually basically work on a single task. Now moving on, we have the next question is, what is a sprint? And here you go for the answer. So sprint is a terminology used in Scrum, used to describe a time-boxed iteration. So during a sprint, a specific module of the product is created. The duration of a sprint can vary between a week or 2. Now moving on to the next question is, what is velocity? It is not that speed velocity, it is basically the velocity or terminology used in Scrum. So here you go for the answer. So the velocity is a metric used to measure the amount of work completed by a team during a sprint. It refers to the number of user stories completed in a sprint. And here you basically can see the graph and you have a basic idea of the velocity. Now moving on to the next question is, what are the responsibilities of a product owner? And here you go. The product owner basically defines the vision of the project. It anticipates the needs of the customer and creates appropriate user stories. He or she even evaluates the project progress, and it also acts as a product-related questions. Basically, they can answer them. So you can frame your answer like this. Then moving on, we have what is burn up and a burn down chart. This is again can be a difference on the definition of a burn up and a burn down chart. So let's see. A burn up chart is a tool that's used to track the amount of work that's been completed and to represent the total amount of work that needs to be done for a sprint or a project. And a burn down chart represents how fast working through user stories is. It shows the total effort against the amount of work for each iteration. So now moving on, we have how is estimation done in a Scrum project? So let's see. The estimation of the user stories is done based on their difficulty. So a particular scale is used to access the difficulty of the user stories. Some type of scales are, you can even say this, that you have a numeric sizing that is from 1 to 10. We have even the t-shirt sizes we all see in the malls, that is from S, M, L, XL, XXL and so on. The Fibonacci series 1, 2, 3, 5, 8 and so on. The dog breeds, the Great Dane examples and a lot more. Now moving on. The next question is, what are some of the risks in Scrum? So how are they handled? So let's see the answer. There are some type of risk in Scrum as well. So the first one is a budget. The risk of exceeding budgets. The people, basically the team members need to be appropriate skill and capability. Sprint, this is basically the duration and the deliverables. Exceeding the duration, addition of the scope of work. Then coming to the product related issues, there is a user stories and epics. Having the ill-defined user stories and epics can also be a problem. Then knowledge and capability, having the appropriate resources is very necessary for a Scrum. So managing risk involves identifying, accessing and analyzing the risk and monitoring them and continuously managing them. They are done on a continual basis right from the starting of the project until the completion. So it is very necessary to understand the impact of the risk is based on the proximity of the actual occurrence of the risk. So now moving on to the next question we have, how does a Scrum Master track the sprint process? And here is the answer. So they can track the sprint progress by daily Scrum meetings, the Scrum retrospectives, sprint planning, escape defects, defect density, the sprint burn down, and team velocity. And then moving on to the next question is how to deal with the score creep. So the score creep refers to the change that's uncontrolled and added without checking its impact on scope, time, cost, etc. To handle it, here's what needs to be done. So you can basically see close monitoring of work done on a day-to-day basis is necessary, understanding and communicating the vision to the team and ensuring they're aligned. Then capturing, reviewing the project requirements regularly to emphasize to the team and customer about the requirements signed off. Then ensuring that any changes introduced go through change control and are implemented based on the approval for the change request. Then avoid gold plating. Then moving on to the next question we have, what are MVP and MMP? Now here is the answer. MVP stands for minimum viable product. It is a lean startup concept that stresses the impact of learning while performing the product development. This allows one to test and understand the idea by getting exposed to the initial version for target customers and users. To accomplish this, one has to collect all the relevant data and learn from the collected data. The thought behind MVP is to produce the product, to provide access to the users, and to observe how the product is used, perceived, and understood. Coming to MMP, it stands for Minimal Marketable Product. It refers to the description of the product, which will have a minimal number of features that addresses the requirement of the users. So now moving on to the next question, what does DOD mean? So here is the answer. DOD stands for Definition of Done. It refers to the collection of the deliverables. You can basically make it out from the definition itself, which includes the written codes, comments on coding, unit test, integration testing, design documents, release notes, and etc. So this adds verifiable and demonstrable values to project development. DOD is very helpful to Scrum while defining the deliverables to achieve the objective of the products. It helps with defining the steps required to deliver the iteration, the usage of the appropriate tools like burn down to make the process more effective, and so on. Now moving to the next question is, how can a Scrum Master be a servant leader? And again, a very important and a logical question. We will answer the question. The term servant leader mainly focuses on the service orientation which a leader should demonstrate. So the Scrum Master needs to be a facilitator, a guide, a mentor, etc. So this helps the team having increased involvement, empowerment, and etc. The next question we have, how can you coordinate between the multiple teams? And here is how you can frame your answer. So one of the most common approaches for this is the Scrum of Scrums, SOS. Meeting where members representing each Scrum team discuss the progress, performance, issues, risk, etc. all together. So the frequency of these meetings must be predefined. Generally, Scrum Masters would represent a particular Scrum team, besides having the Chief Scrum Master, who is basically responsible for coordination and collaboration among all the Scrums, who facilitates these meetings. So now moving on to the next question, we have, how would you handle conflict within the team? So here is the answer. So giving individual coaching to the team members is again very important, one of the effective strategies to resolve a problem. So it is imperative for a Scrum Master to maintain the positive relationships with the team members and provide guidance when they face challenges. So for a Scrum Master, paying attention to the source of the problem and listening and acting accordingly would go a long way. Any disagreements should be shared with other team members in a manner that would be open or to suggestions for resolving the issue. So you can even say about the following steps help in handling the conflicts within the team. Step 1 should be scene setting. Step 2 should be gathering information. Step 3 should be brainstorming to find a solution. Then final step would be solution conferring. This is how you can handle the conflict within a team. So now moving on, we have how would you deal with a difficult stakeholder? The 4 strategies by which we can deal with difficult stakeholders are listening to them very carefully. Number 2 is estimating their motivation. Number 3 is meeting them one after the other. And then the last one is watch the stakeholders closely by identifying them. And this can actually give you ideas about the stakeholder. Now moving on to the next question is, what are the 3 pillars of Scrum? Again, a very important thing to understand. The 3 pillars of Scrum are summarized as it is adaptation, transparency, and inspection. So adaptation, the method being processed, must be changed if an inspector determines that one or more aspects of a process are outside of the permitted limits. Coming to transparency, it mandates that those elements be specified by a consistent standard in order for viewers to understand what they are viewing. Then again, coming to inspection, the Scrum users must check Scrum artifacts and progress towards a sprint goal on a regular basis to discover unwanted deviations. Now, moving on, we have the next question as explain the user story structure with an example. So this is basically a very logical question and it is a very common one too. So here is a basic structure of the story. You can see as a role of the user, then I want to achieve a goal or perform a task so that I may achieve some goal or value. For example, the user story of a person's online course purchase can be, as a customer, I want to purchase educational courses online from the EdTech website so that I do not have to visit a training center. And here's basically how you can write it. Now moving on, we have the next question is, how can you assure that the user stories meet the requirements? And here you go. So a good user narrative includes both a description and acceptance criteria. It should be completed in a sprint with the fewest possible dependencies. The team should be able to develop and test while still delivering estimations with the sprint's contrast. So in short, good user stories adhere to the invest concept. You can see basically what it means and you can even include this in your explanation. Now moving on to the next question is, what are the 5 steps of the risk management? The 5 steps of risk management are risk identification, risk analysis, ranking the risk, and then treating the risk, and then finally risk review. So risk identification, to identify the risk that your company is exposed to in its current operating environment. And what do you mean by risk analysis? So once a risk has been identified, it must be investigated. So this is all about analysis. Then again coming to ranking the risk. So risk must be ranked and prioritized. All risks can't be same, right? So you need to prioritize which risk to treat first. Then comes the process treating the risk. As much as possible, all risks should be avoided or reduced by contacting the experts in the field in question. Then coming to the final stage, that is risk review. To ensure that it has been entirely eradicated, the risk evaluation is done. Now, moving on to the next question we have, what do you mean by the time boxing in Scrum? When can a sprint be cancelled and by whom? So here you go. So time boxing is a practice of devoting a set amount of time to a single activity. A time box is a unit of time measurement. A time box must not exceed 15 minutes in length. So, when can a sprint be cancelled and by whom? So, a sprint can be cancelled before the sprint time box limit ends. Only a product owner can cancel the sprint. So, now moving on, we have what do you understand about the scope creep and how can scope creep be managed? To manage the scope creep, we need to use a change control mechanism to keep it under control. This includes the following: maintaining a baseline scope and keeping the track of the project's progress. To evaluate the actual work performance metrics to the baseline scope, that is, how different is the current project from the original plan, and we need to perform the variance analysis. Then identifying the severity and the source of the observed alterations. Then selecting whether to take the preventive or the corrective action in response to the request regarding changes. Then finally, to recommend the actions and manage all the change requests by using the perform integrated change control method, whether preventive or corrective. Now moving on, we have the next question as, when should a Scrum Master not act as a facilitator? Then again, a very important and an interesting question. It is like, a workshop facilitator must be objective when it comes to the topics being discussed and should avoid contributing facts or opinions to the conversation. Even through a Scrum Master's job is to assist the team in achieving the best possible results, workshop facilitation can be challenging at times. So now moving on to the next question we have, how do you make the different stakeholders attend daily Scrum meetings? So the coordination of the business people and the developers defines the success of a project. So the Scrum Master should conduct the daily stand-up meetings and encourage all stakeholders to be a part of the call by explaining the impact it will have on the project. The motive of the daily Scrum is to know whether or not they will reach the sprint goal. So the next question comes, what is the structure of a good story? And here you go with the answer. So the structure of a good story is as follows. Who are we building it for and what are the users? Secondly, what are we building and what is the intention of building? So again comes, why are we building it and what value does it bring for the user? So well-formed stories will meet the criteria of Bill Wick's INVEST acronym. That is again INVEST, independent, negotiable, valuable, estimable, small and testable. And now moving on to the next question is, what is the role of a Scrum Master in a sprint retrospective? And here you go. The Scrum Master in sprint retrospective inspects the progress of the previous improvements. So with the help of team discussion, new improvements are also inspected and adapted. Scrum Master plays the role of a facilitator for the team. Now moving on to the next question. How can Scrum Masters ensure timely delivery of action items? So, the regular Scrum retrospective ensures the timely delivery of action items. An effective retrospective makes sure that the team has identified the action items. Some organizations use a retrospective tracker to monitor the action items. Here are the targeted categories like the priority, ownership, status, description, identified on, and type. So working on the action items gives the team a boost that they are moving towards improvement and enhances the sense of ownership. Now moving on, we have what do you exactly mean by sprint and Scrum? So a sprint is at the heart of Scrum. An incremental product is released every week or every month. So after the previous sprint gets completed, a new sprint begins. It breaks down large projects into smaller, more manageable chunks. Daily Scrum sprint planning, sprint review, and everything are a part of sprint. Now, moving on to the next, we have what does the concept of confidence vote mean in Scrum? Why is it vital? So the confidence vote is held at the program increment planning session following the risk analysis. It is when all the team members assemble, voice their opinions, and vote with their fingers on their confidence level in completing the PI targets. A vote of confidence can help create an environment where people feel comfortable sharing and expressing their ideas. So it boosts team morale because members should feel that their opinions are valued. Now moving on to the next question is daily meeting suggested for all teams irrespective of their size or experience level? Explain. So here is the answer. During the daily meeting, a team can evaluate its progress, is sticking to the sprint goal or not. To ensure that everyone is on the same page, all agile teams should meet frequently. So there are various ways they can conduct the meeting: small and experienced, small and inexperienced, large and distributed teams. So you can frame your answer like this. Then moving on to the next question, we have, can Scrum team members participate in the product development process as well? If it is so, then please explain how. And here is the answer. It is very advantageous to involve the Scrum team in the discovery phase stage of the product development lifecycle. The agile teams collaborate with the stakeholders early in the development cycle to ensure that both the parties are on the same page. And you can basically see the points over here and then basically frame your answer like this. Now moving on, in Scrum, what do you mean by user stories and what benefits come from using them? So a user story is an informal, generic description of a software feature written from the end user's perspective. Putting people first is a critical element of an agile software development, and the user story accomplishes this by putting users at the center of the discussion. There are some benefits of using user story. So the primary benefit of user story is the user-centric definition. The syntax of the user story ensures that the user's desired goal, benefit, or the value gets captured. Then again, because the acceptance criteria gets included in the story, the Scrum team will benefit from them. So a user story can change at any time during the project's execution. So now moving on to the second last question we have is, name some other agile frameworks. So there are other frameworks besides Scrum, such as Kanban, test-driven development, and feature-driven development. Mentioned frameworks you have followed and provide the scenarios how you have used it. So now, moving on to the next one is, when we should use Waterfall over Scrum? And is again very important question. So we should use Waterfall if the requirements are very simple, predictable, fully defined and understood, and will not change in the meantime. So you can basically, all the interview questions that are very important, there can be millions of questions on Scrum Master, but I have provided this top 50.
Now with that, we have come to the end of our full course. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn. Also, if you want to watch similar videos like this, do not forget to hit the notification bell and subscribe for more such videos by Simplilearn. Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, you can check the description box below.